The hedgehog's right outside my window! SSSSS squad! Arrest SSSS Tim! Get your gears in gear, Slowpoke! I'm done! It's working! It's working! My sneaky scheme is working! It's only a matter of time before that hedgehog's mine! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today! What? It's my greatest gift idea! Get that damn hedgehog! Oh boy! I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon!
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
KievTuber raided my stream with 4 viewers.
And there we go. For those of you who have been keeping up with the raid train, welcome back. Daybreak was originally supposed to fill this time slot, but unfortunately they had to drop out, and I ended up subbing in. So you're stuck with me for the next 6 hours. How fun. Yeah, we are going to be playing Spider-Man... Ow. Thank you. Thank you, Ethereal Curse. We're going to be playing Spider-Man Remastered. And yeah, until then, fucking words. You can tell that I don't usually stream this late at night. Or at least I haven't for a while. But yeah, let's get into it. No, not more Devil May Cry 5. We've already finished Devil May Cry 5. We already had that epic finale against the Hololive Cerberus. Have a good night, Kier, and best of luck at work. Thank you. Thank you for that. Alright, we're gonna start a new game here. Alright, let's I've got to get all my settings set up properly, or else we're going to be having a bad time. Where the bonk at? I'm using a different program for throw stuff, so I had to disable some of them. I'm working on getting the bonk implemented into this other program. I think that should be everything I need to adjust. So yeah, save up those points for when the bonk makes its return. And once again, I'm stumbling over my own words, because I kind of couldn't really rehearse this, because it was more of a last-minute thing. But yeah, my darling batlings, as I like to call my viewers. Once again, I encourage you, if you're able to donate to our Tiltify campaign for Rise Against the Disorder. And you can find a link to that through either the QR code on screen, or you can look down below at my panels. I've got a panel that leads straight to it. I gotta say, as a longtime casual Spider-Man fan, like someone who's more into the cartoons and movies rather than the comics, this game really blew me away. Like, a lot of people say that Spider-Man 2 on PS2 is like the peak of Spider-Man games. I would argue that Spider-Man for PS1 is the peak of Spider-Man games. Or at least it was until this came out. Playing Aliens again and you're back to the tour, but with a smart gun. I'm glad you're having fun with that new Aliens game. Because we do know how hit and miss the quality of Aliens games can be.
SWAT is 1084 at this tower. All units stand by. Warrant is en route.
I gotta say, as I just recently got a PS5, like a couple months ago. Web swinging with the adaptive triggers feels so different. And, like, it's not, you know, a necessary addition, but it just adds a bit to the immersion. Makes it feel like you're pressing down on Peter's web shooters. Peter's web shooters is also what he calls certain parts of his body, but I'm not going to go any further into that. Is this Spider-Man based on its own story away from the MCU? Yeah, it's its own separate continuity. Like, it's its own original continuity that, like, basically it's set when, Peter has been Spider-Man for 8 years at this point. And it starts out with a raid on the Kingpin's headquarters, so he can finally be arrested. It includes a lot of characters from the more modern comics, like Miles Morales, Yuri Watanabe, and does its own spins on some classic Spider-Man characters, like Norman Osborn is the mayor of New York City in this game.
Need more backup! 1032, Times Square, officers under fire!
Bring in the hammer.
Isn't Sasuke's voice actor Spider-Man? Yeah, that is Yuri Lowenthal as Spider-Man, and I think this is legit the best performance that Yuri Lowenthal has given his whole career. Like, I'm now to the point where when it comes to animated or video game portrayals of Spider-Man, there's only two that I imagine. Rino Romano and Yuri Lowenthal. And if you're wondering if this was anything to do with the MCU, that may be due to the fact that the remastered version completely changed the face model for Peter Parker. They keep giving, like, kind of sussy answers on why they did it. Insomniac said that it was due to them wanting a model that meshes better with Yuri Lowenthal's facial capture animation. But it obviously looks a lot more like, well, hey, Lulu, glad to see you here. I'm surprised you're still up. But yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, they just wanted a face that looks more like Tom Holland. And I'm like, it doesn't look like Tom Holland, but it doesn't look that much like Yuri Lowenthal either. It looks like Scott the Woz.
Almost done here. You? We're about to go in. Be there soon. Can't wait to see Willie's face when you slap the cuffs on him.
And if you're at all familiar with the Batman Arkham games, then you'll be immediately familiar with a lot of this game's mechanics. The combat system is similar, but not quite as rhythm-focused as Arkham is. And it also has stealth sequences that are just blatantly copying...
Yuri, all done. What's happening?
Blatantly copying what the Arkham games did with the Predator sequences. But, not quite as well implemented, in my opinion.
This wouldn't go quietly.
We'll get into that when we get to that point, though. Like, the stealth sequences aren't bad, per se. It's just, the way the game is structured kind of undermines them.
Get more backup. And lock down the airspace.
Yuri, you okay?
Fun voice actor fact here, since you brought up Yuri Lowenthal voicing Peter. Yuri Watanabe in this game, this woman right here, is voiced by Tara Platt, who is Yuri Lowenthal's real-life wife.
Heads up. Hey, where you going? Catch. I'll clear a path. Follow me. Get out of here, Spider-Man. We got this.
You're having fun throwing stuff at me, aren't you, Lulu?
Sorry to break it to you, but
Thanks again for joining me on the Mario Party stream. I'm guessing you're happy. I'm guessing you're happy that Nico ended up being the one losing that game. You know, for as much of it that we got to complete.
I guess this is what they call a hostile workplace. Stand down.
Can't wait for Venom because of his voice actor. Hell yeah. I just can't wait for Venom in general because I'm a massive Venom mark.
You're gonna have a bad day.
Like, my introduction to Venom was through the '94 series, the cartoon series that aired on Fox Kids. And I love that portrayal of Venom, but not as much as, oh, it's, what's his name, Tony Todd? Awesome. I love Tony Todd. He's got a killer voice.
I think that's all of them. Come on, come on.
He was also, I can't remember who he voiced in Transformers Prime, but I know he was one of the Decepticons in that game.
Approach.
Not that game, that series. You can tell, you can tell that my talk words aren't as good as they usually are.
Looks like Fisk has armed men on every floor.
He's desperate.
And he's hitting us with everything he's got.
I have to find him and end this.
Not yet. We just picked up chatter.
He was in
There
Back
won't
for
be
Blood
all
as
their
well.
data servers.
Yes, for all
We
5
need
people
evidence
that
of
played
one
Back for
criminal
Blood.
for good.
Okay, server room it is. Call from May. Better answer. Hi, Aunt May.
What is all that noise?
Watching a superhero movie. What's up?
I just wanted to make sure we're still on for dinner tomorrow night.
Totally. Listen, I gotta go.
Well, okay. Love you.
Love you too.
Yes, I'm directly calling you out, Ethereal Curse. How's it feel? How's it feel being called out for once?
Do you think this ends well for you?
You better hope I don't show up to one of your streams sometime because I've got something, I've got a bit from Limmy's show to test out on you.
On to the next one. Regret your life choices yet?
Good old Limmy, aka the most Scottish man who ever existed. Yeah, you get called out for a lot of things, but you don't usually get called out by me. You're usually the one calling me out.
If I go in this way, they'll destroy all the evidence. I should look for a sneaky way in. There we go. Huh. It's like my own private ventrance. Fisk may be a dirty criminal, but he has remarkably clean air vents.
Hurry up. The boss wants everything erased. Can't make it delete any faster.
They're so cute when they're oblivious.
Halfway there. Just need another minute or two. Think the cops know where we are? Don't worry about it.
Is this tech support? I forgot my password.
Don't let him near the console!
Here's your allowance for the day, Wolf.
Thank you for the bits. I would rather, like, I appreciate the bits, but I would still encourage you to donate to the charity rather than giving bits to me tonight in particular, because this is a charity charity stream.
Access that console before everything's gone.
Like, obviously, I'm going to accept a gift of money, but
Let's see just how good
yeah,
their security is.
just I encourage donating to the charity rather than throwing bits at me tonight. Any other night, sure.
Frantically erasing his search history.
Travis Willingham as Kingpin, by the way, and for a bit of cursed voice actor relation here, Mary Jane in this game is voiced by Laura Bailey, who is Travis Willingham's wife. So you could argue, based on that relation, that the Kingpin is married to Mary Jane.
Well, there was that time I took down a pompous, overstuffed crime lord before breakfast.
Without me, the scum I kept in check will run rampant, and it'll be your fault.
Been a long, tough road, Fisk. Almost sad to see it end.
Mere praise.
We'll get ready for the main event.
Get down here and fight like a man!
God, I love those slow-mo shots on the final blow. Really adds an oomph to it.
Yuri, an explosion just...
I saw it. Fisk could have the whole place wired. I'm sitting in a bomb unit.
We'll make sure no one gets in their way.
Kill him, or the boss will kill us! I'm gonna blow your brains out.
I think that's all of them.
Clear, move up!
Hey guys, I guess bombs are part of Willie's getaway plan? Sounds like they're trapped.
You go after them. We'll look for the bombs.
I should not give a vampire smart gun with an incinerator unit. That sounds like an amazing thing to do. Why would you ever not do that?
Everyone clear out! Evacuate the building!
It's like, oh no, I shouldn't have given Godzilla this BFG. I shouldn't have given Godzilla the BFG 10,000 from Doom Eternal. Now we're truly now we're truly shit out of
When
luck.
you're free, get out fast. If you can walk, help the injured. Got it?
Real talk here, the modern accessibility feature that is getting rid of ninja tapping sequences to replace them with holds is something I really love. And what's the charity again? Just scroll down on my scroll down on here and you'll find a panel that leads directly to it when you click on it. It's called Rise Against the Disorder. And if you follow that Twitch panel, it'll take you right to our donation page. That'll contribute directly to our amount that we're raising. But yes, the charity, once again, is called Rise Against the Disorder, and is a mental health charity. And people who have known me for a while know that mental health is a very important issue for me. So I am honored to be a part of this.
Damn. Yuri, get EMTs up here, fast!
We're trying.
Incoming! enough out of you. More rockets? A little excessive, don't you think? I'll be doing that.
And the combat in this game is just so satisfying. I still say that Arkham has, like, some of the... there we go. Thank you for the donation. I'll have to check on... I'm not able to look at the total right now. But reminder, if we get to $250, I will dye my hair purple and then do a face reveal to prove that I dyed my hair purple. Face reveal, well, I say face reveal as if I really made an attempt to hide my face. But, like, I haven't posted an immersion break in a long time, as the VTuber community calls them. We're trying to hit a grand total of at least $500 raised by the end of the marathon. That was you who donated Ethereal Curse? Thank you. Thank you very much.
We were just about to call for backup.
I think I'm it.
Lead the way. We'll be right behind you. Heads up, boss.
You know, this bit with the dirty cops that Peter has to fight here makes me think of the movie Hobo with a Shotgun. Well, not the movie itself, because I think the line was cut from the movie. But it was in the original fake trailer from when it was originally just a fake trailer before it was turned into a real movie. Where, like, the hobo's going around dispensing vigilante justice at the barrel of his 12 gauge towards everyone in the corrupt city, and, like, the chief of police is talking to one of his deputies, and the deputy's like, "Sir, he's only going after dirty cops," and then the chief says, "We're all dirty cops." I don't know, I just get that vibe off of this scene in particular.
Writing your memoirs? Don't forget the hyphen between spider and man.
That's a great movie that,
Get the chopper ready.
They're going to patch Aliens Dark Descent, and one thing they're adding is introduce an option to make the campaign death clock obsolete.
You made it this far.
I don't know what any of that means, so I'm just going to nod my head and say yes. Yes.
You do know I can still see you, right?
80 years of this insolence.
Meanwhile, do I have the link? Yeah, I can post it in chat. Just let me pause real quick, and I'll post it in chat. If you're probably on mobile, aren't you? That might be why you can't see the panels. Because you don't spend as much time on PC as I do, so I keep forgetting that mobile Twitch doesn't have all the same stuff that the desktop version has. Alright, copy the link, and there we go. There's the link. When you get to a point in the game, you're on a timer to finish the game or get killed by a nuke. Okay, yeah, that does sound like something that would be needlessly stressful.
What's wrong, Willie?
If I had a
You seem
nickel
angry.
for every game I've heard of where you're on a timer to finish a specific part of the game or else you get killed by a nuke, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't much, but it's weird that it happened twice. The other one being Peace Walker. The final fight with Peace Walker itself, famously, you have to prevent it from launching its nuke. And it is on a real timer, so it's possible to fail and let the nuke launch.
You are everything that's wrong with this city.
See, I don't play many strategy games, so I don't have much experience with that. Like, I am too anxious and nervous of a person to play strategy games because I would just be stressing out the whole time about, oh God, is this gonna work?
I don't want excuses. What do I pay you for? No, I can handle myself. Imbecile. Friggin' ballerina! Get down here! Where are the reinforcements?
Alright, we're almost done with Kingpin here.
You die as uselessly as you live.
Ah, thank you for the donation. See, I've also never played one of the Aliens games because I've never seen an Alien movie. So I feel like I wouldn't get the same enjoyment out of it that an Aliens fan would. Like, the only Aliens game I know, like, a decent amount about is, Aliens Colonial Marines, because that one's, like, particularly infamous for obvious reasons. Like, one thing I distinctly remember is,
There you go, you little kitten.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good girl.
Finally off to Rikers,
You get a
huh?
treat.
You know, I think you've got more enemies in there than I do.
Check your inbox later and you'll get your treat.
Inconvenience.
Whoop, gotta go.
Because of Randy,
Good luck,
yeah,
Willie.
yeah.
I have a feeling you're gonna need it.
There's one time I remember going to GameStop just to, like, browse what selection they had, and they had the Aliens Colonial Marines limited edition, like, limited collector's
Kingpin is
edition that
heading
came
to
with the
prison.
power loader
End
statue
of an era.
for, like,
Maybe I should
$20
sell
bucks.
Maybe take a vacation.
Like, they had
You are
that.
in the doghouse.
Why am I in the doghouse? You're the dog. You're the doggo. But yeah, let's see, we're going to get perfect dodge. That's always the first one I get. Adds a bit of a slowdown when you dodge at the right moment. Me and my Platinum Games loving self love that
The
move.
committee will be here soon. We need to run an equipment check.
I'm almost there. Blocks away.
Guess I'll just do it myself.
No, don't. It's not safe. Gotta love Doc's enthusiasm, but sometimes it gets him into trouble. Better get there before he hurts
You got
himself.
that at full price. I feel so
Good
sorry
night,
for
Chat
you.
and Ali.
Good night, Lulu. Have I would say have fun at work tomorrow, but work is almost never fun. So best of luck at work tomorrow. Yeah, it was, they had, like, two different, sealed collector's editions there that they were giving away for, like, stupidly low prices compared to how much the initial asking price was when they launched. It was that, and they had, like, a whole stack of Duke Nukem Forever collector's editions, the ones that came with the Duke bust and the casino chips, and all that kind of stuff. I remember, that collector's edition was specifically called Duke's Big Package. Alright, I had to try and, I was in a play with this guy who's like a massive classic Marvel Comics nerd and didn't like a lot of the newer stuff. So I had to explain to him how,
It's fine, Parker.
like, Spider-Man PS4 had just come out at the time. So I had to explain to him, like, hey, it's a sort of classic take on a Spider-Man story, but it swaps some character roles around. Like, usually whenever Peter's working as a lab assistant to someone, he's the assistant of Kirk Connors, the Lizard. But in this one, he's the assistant of Otto Octavius.
Hold on. Dr. Octavius, are you okay?
Another setback.
And for those of you who are familiar with your Marvel Comics writers, the fact that Otto Octavius is a central figure to this game's story shouldn't be a surprise to anyone once it was announced that Dan Slott was going to be writing the game's story.
Is anyone hurt?
No, it was all my fault.
Because Dan Slott is known for his Dr. Octopus
From a certain viewpoint,
stories.
it's a very positive development.
It doesn't smell very positive.
I assure you, in the next phase.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Like, Dr. Octopus is to Dan Slott as the Dinobots are to Simon Furman.
We'll talk later.
To put it in a classic comics context.
That was a disaster. How could the dampener have failed?
I would say as Harley Quinn is to Bruce Timm, but that would imply that Dan Slott's fascination with Dr. Octopus is out of a fetish rather than actually wanting to advance the character.
With you.
What they did about... is that supposed to say Venom? Because, like, this game does set... If you're talking about Venom for Spider-Man 2, yeah, they flat out tell you during the post-credit scene of this game who Venom's going to be. But I won't get into that because that's a massive spoiler and a massive plot twist to this game.
Got it. Okay, need to reroute servo control. Nice. Okay, what next? And now rebalance the voltage. Finished.
Thankfully, the puzzles, most of the puzzles in this game are optional, and none of them are particularly difficult. They're just little brain teasers.
Let's see if that works.
And as part of the accessibility options, you have an option you can enable that eventually gives you a prompt to skip them and get credit for them if you are stuck on one for a particularly long
Doc's
time.
been testing new materials for the prosthetics. He asked me to review his work if I had time. May as well
But
dig
take
in
my
now.
money and blood game for Tony Todd as Venom. Like, I love Tony
the
Todd's
computer work.
voice.
God bless that grant money.
And I'm looking forward to his Venom. Like, Venom, to me, is a character whose voice I am very critical of in a lot of depictions of him. Because, like, for Venom, you need to sound monstrous and menacing, but also have, like, a sarcastic edge to your delivery. And that's very hard for a lot of people to do. Like, I can't remember who voiced Venom in the 90s cartoon, but that's a lot of people's, like, go-to Venom voice, because that was the first voice that Venom ever had. My go-to, even though the writing isn't necessarily perfect for Venom, it's still a fun Venom depiction, but, like, the voice, I think, suits it really well, is Darren Norris's Venom from the PS1 Spider-Man game. Which, for those of you who keep up with my abridged stuff, I'm going to be playing Sideways in addition to my current characters in Transformers Armada Bridged. And for the past few years, because production's admittedly been very slow, but for the past few years, I've been trying to nail down my Sideways voice. And I ended up settling on going with a voice based off of Darren Norris's Venom. So if anyone's at all interested, I could... if I can lubricate my throat enough, I can potentially give you like a little teaser demo of what Sideways is going to sound like in Transformers Armada Bridge once we get to episode 15, where he finally debuts.
If you order Mr. Jameson's book, Spider-Man, Threat or Menace, within 24 hours.
Yeah, Tony Todd's a really nice guy, but he's so good at playing scary villains. That's why he's so great. I love this interpretation of J. Jonah Jameson as basically the Alex Jones of this world. Except nowhere near as dangerous.
Is that right? Tell me, are you a police officer? Prosecutor?
Now that you quit smoking, what do you tell people when you come up here?
That I need a break from their crap.
Fair enough. So, why'd you call? Need a date to the policeman's ball?
You got a black and white suit? No ball this year anyway. We spent too much integrating Oscorp surveillance tech.
Worth it though, right?
It was.
Yeah, this is the one thing that Spider-Man takes from a lot of modern open world games of its era that I don't think is particularly good, which is the whole, like, you've got to find all the towers to see all the map, otherwise you're just flying blind.
The towers back online. Fast.
And you called me? Aw, that's sweet.
I called someone I could trust. Plus, the signals are scrambled and we have no idea how to fix it.
Ooh. I love a challenge.
You break it, you buy it.
I thought you trusted me. Let's take a look at the input bands have been shifted. Subtle.
So for these, it's simple. You just gotta match up the waveforms.
We just had a tower come back online. Was that you?
Not just a pretty mask, huh?
Whatever you did, any chance you
And I
could do
will
it to
say
the other
that
towers?
helps that
Just so you know,
the towers
I had
are
to
all
sync up
placed
with the
in
tower
basically
to
a
fix it.
grid
I'm seeing all
pattern,
crime data in the area now.
which
Looks
makes
like
it
there's a
easy to
break-in
figure
happening
out
near me.
generally where you are,
Don't
even
bother.
without all the
I'm on
towers covered. Like, I prefer that over how, like, say, a Ubisoft game does it, where it just uncovers the nearby area in a seemingly random amount of space.
Pretty sure these guys didn't forget their keys.
Tell that to Ubisoft and their Tower of Boring. Yeah, you can tell this was definitely something they took from Ubisoft.
You ain't gonna bring me down.
Okay, wrapped up.
Thanks for that. Now I'm seeing an assault near you.
You're in luck, Yuri. Your favorite tough but lovable grizzled seen too much.
Oh boy, here
detective
comes
is
my
attacked.
favorite gag in this game.
No. You promised you wouldn't do that any.
Spider Cop.
Please no.
Part man, part spider, all cop.
So you're the snitch.
Back off, creep.
Yep, she's the one.
I said back off! Leave me alone!
Keep it quiet, lady.
Get away from her.
Oh, crap. Spider-Man.
That feel. In the air. What do we do? To me, I dare you.
Walk away now, or she's dead.
Let me go!
I'll tell you, as someone who's been like somewhat following Spider-Man stories going on,
You're a little weird, but you got a good heart.
like since 2006 roughly.
I can take care of myself.
Like I don't actively read the
sure
comics
you can,
because
but just
like
in
I
case, there's a
don't
place
have
called
the
the Feast
funds
Center.
or attention
Seen it.
span
I
necessary
don't
to
want
invest
charity.
in
They got the best wheat cakes in the
those
city,
kinds of never-ending
used to make
storylines.
Haven't had any.
And like Western comics
I'll check it
also
out.
are nowhere near as
Thanks,
beginner friendly
Spider
as
guy.
It's Spider.
as
Oh well.
like manga is.
Should be able to spot the next tower
from my
there.
experience at least, except for IDW Transformers. That's pretty beginner friendly because there's multiple good starting points for that, depending on what kind of story you want. Like, I'll say if you're looking to get into Spider-Man, just don't read the comics. Because, like, ever since the 2006 storyline One More Day, they've just been kind of obsessed with never letting Peter advance as a character and really be a grown adult. One More Day is a particularly infamous story, widely regarded as one of the worst comic book storylines ever written.
1182, any available units? 11.
Like, if you want a good breakdown of how bad One More Day is, there's a video from Hugbees that covers that entire storyline, as well as explains why it's a bad storyline, even if you don't know the context of, like, what was going on in Marvel Comics at the time. Like, just as a storyline on its own, it's bad. But as basically the starting point for, like, how Spider-Man's been written in comics for almost 20 years now,
Wonder how many of these are scattered around the city.
It's depressing. Like, I'm not going to encourage anyone to read One More Day because it's just not a fun story. Long story short is that, in the comic version of Civil War, that one wasn't about, like, you know, whatever the fuck the Civil War movie was about. I can't even remember. But in that one, it was about whether or not superheroes should have to publicly reveal their secret identities. With a war between Cap and Iron Man on either side. Iron Man was on the side of making secret identities public. Cap was on the idea of keeping secret identities private. Spider-Man, as part of that Civil War arc, revealed his identity to the public.
Guys, if you worked this hard at a legit job, you wouldn't
And that was like a culmination of a lot of stuff that had been going on. Like at this point, Peter was married to Mary Jane, and had been for a while. Then One More Day comes along and starts with Aunt May being shot and critically injured during a failed assassination attempt on Peter.
I'm gonna repair the last Chinatown
And
tower now.
like most of the stories, like an idiot plot about Peter not wanting Aunt May to die, even though it's not like in the movies where she's like a sexy MILF. This is like fucking ancient, decrepit, walking corpse Aunt May.
I need a drink.
Who's like probably gonna die in a few years anyway, even if she survives this gunshot. And everyone, like, it's a story that only works if you accept that Peter is too stupid to listen to the smartest people in the Marvel Universe. Because he does get in touch with the smartest people in the Marvel Universe to try and find a way to save her life. Like, he tries to get help from Iron Man, doesn't work. Tries to get help from Reed Richards, doesn't work. Tries to get help from Doctor Doom, doesn't work. Tries to get help from Doctor Strange, and even uses like some of Doctor Strange's magic to explore like every single
for suit repair at the lab.
reality, and all of them end with Aunt May dying. So then, like, when all hope seems lost, he gets visited by Mephisto, who Ghost Rider fans are probably familiar with. Basically the Marvel Comics version of Satan. And Mephisto's like, I'll save Aunt May. I'll save her life. No strings. I'll save her life, and I won't do anything dickish to, like, undo her being saved here, like I usually am known for doing. So, but the catch is, I don't want your soul in exchange for saving this ancient, decrepit lady's life. I want to erase your marriage to Mary Jane from history, so you two will never have been married, and you can never get married again. It won't be that you were divorced, it would be that you were never married in the first place. And all this happened because the chief editor of Marvel Comics at the time didn't like the idea of Peter being a married adult because he thought it didn't allow for enough drama. So he wanted to regress Peter back to being like a single bachelor. But didn't want to do it through divorce. Because he thought that would be too traumatizing. So, selling your marriage to the devil is less traumatizing than just getting a divorce, according to him. As a child of divorce, I gotta say, you're kind of wrong on that one, Chief. But yeah, basically ever since One More Day, the comics have been, like, varying levels of quality. Basically the best Spider-Man stuff since 2006 has been stuff involving Miles Morales rather than Peter. Because Miles isn't kept to the same kind of asinine restrictions that Peter's been kept to. And it's to the point where even the movies have been more free to depict Peter in different kinds of scenarios than the comics have. Like, for those of you that saw No Way Home, a lot of that movie's plot is inspired by One More Day, except it does the opposite of what One More Day did. Doing everything through the devil won't have a bad outcome, exactly. The only bad outcome that we end up seeing is that their daughter ends up never getting born, because apparently in the Marvel Comics universe, you're not allowed to have sex outside of marriage. I mean, there's a lot of really bad Spider-Man storylines. One More Day is the most infamous. There's another one that was like, okay, there was a really popular comic storyline in the 80s for Batman called The Dark Knight Returns. You know, Frank Miller is like one of his biggest works that he's known for before he went off the deep end. Spider-Man tried to get on that with a story called Spider-Man Reign. And that is the story that is infamous for Mary Jane having died after developing cancer from Peter's radioactive bodily fluids. Like, of all the ways to kill a character, it was radioactive spunk. There's been a lot of there's been a lot of weird Spider-Man stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff like there was a long period where they were like dead set on Venom being anyone except Eddie Brock. To the point where there was a point where Flash Thompson was Venom, and there was a point where the Scorpion was Venom in addition to being the Scorpion. Also, as far as like, okay, we know that we're getting a Spider-Man 4, and now that J. Jonah Jameson has been properly introduced into the MCU, I want to see their take on Scorpion.
We're trying to improve the process.
Like, I would rather see a Spider-Man vs. Scorpion movie than another Spider-Man vs. Venom movie.
Doc was trying to improve the actuator's granularity. Nice. Super smooth response. See if we can tune the prosthetic's grip force.
You got one? I'm afraid of what you've got, Ethereal Curse.
That's better. Should avoid bone-crushing handshakes at least. Interesting. Doc's hardwiring in a basic spatial mapping system.
I fucked up. Okay. This. Boom. Boom. There we go. I think I need some more coffee, because I've got to do this for 6 hours. Well, 5 hours about now.
Very cool. Arms will have a sense of their surroundings now. Should help with body awareness. Need to tune the arm's gyro to auto-orient.
Peter was a little shit because of his dad or uncle, then got bitten by a spider, but was slowly turning into one, starting stuff until a point where he can infect an animal and kill an animal and people with eggs with his lover until he got killed by a time vampire. That, you know, that genuinely sounds like something that would happen in a Marvel story. Weirder things have happened. I shit you not, weirder things have happened.
To lower the overall power consumption of the prosthetic.
In one of the comics, yeah, I'm not surprised that's actually something that happened in the comics, because some weird shit has happened in Marvel in particular. That's not even getting into the weird stuff DC's done, like Superman at Earth's End. That one's just hilarious. Hilarious at how it tries to be edgy. It gave us the famous, I am a man!
Parker! Dr. Octavius, what you got there?
Chinese. If I know you'd be here, I would have... What are you working on?
Oh, just a side project.
Of course. It's you.
I don't know what you're...
come on, Parker, it's obvious.
Let me explain.
I only wish you'd told me sooner.
I wanted to, but I was afraid that if word got out, my family might be in danger.
Huh. Yes. I guess if you design his equipment, you're bound to be a target too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't worry. Your secret's safe. Well, I'll leave you to it.
All right, so this, we finally get our new suit. And knowing me, I'm not going to be sticking with it for long, because there's a ton of unlockable suits that I like better. Like, I don't dislike the look of what they call the advanced suit. It's just when you include so many other cool suits in this game, I can't just stick with that one for the whole game.
Hope this isn't how Doc fires me.
Peter, the revelation of your second job as Spider-Man suit crafter, is that the right term? Is a reminder of the good man and partner you are. No matter how hard you work, you still find time to help others. I hope you don't mind, but I noticed the suit was a bit damaged, and I took the liberty of sketching up some of my own improvements. Attached are a few ideas I had on how you could enhance his suit and help protect Spider-Man, who does so much for this city. Looking forward to the incredible work that we're doing and changing the world together. Your partner and friend, Otto.
White Spider, huh?
Patton Palmer, a Peter Parker variant from Earth 51412. Yeah, that would be a variant. Like, if you think that's weird, just wait until you see Made Out of Spiders, man. Which is an alternate universe Spider-Man where instead of being Peter Parker who was bitten by a radioactive spider and gained spider powers, it's a hive mind colony of radioactive spiders that think they're a human named Peter Parker.
Excuse me, late for work.
Oh yeah, here we go. The advanced suit.
Coming through. Looking good, Spidey. Hello, New York.
me!
By the way, speaking of, what about Dr. Octopus take over Peter's body? Yeah, Superior Spider-Man, yeah.
Spider-Man, I think I figured out how Fisk's men are
Yeah,
keeping
that is,
track of each other.
that's another thing that happened. I believe that was a Dan Slott story.
No, it's one of his legitimate businesses. Multiple investors. We can't act without cause.
Like, Superior Spider-Man, to my knowledge, is kind of base-breaking. Because, like, obviously, it's technically not Peter. So, he acts differently. But, yeah, it depends on how much you like the idea of, Dr. Octopus, becoming a hero. Like, I've always contested that one of the problems with MCU Spider-Man is that they place way too much emphasis on his tech rather than his actual abilities. So, like, the argument I've made is that MCU Spider-Man is more Superior Spider-Man rather than, you know, actual Spider-Man. I say actual Spider-Man. There's the entire Spider-Verse now. Basically, he's more Superior Spider-Man rather than Amazing Spider-Man. The first crossover with Predator is Wolverine. That sounds awesome. You know, as someone that's also been a Wolverine fan for ever since I was a kid watching the old 90s X-Men cartoon, there's like one bit of Wolverine's design that always surprises people when I tell them. People who are only familiar with Hugh Jackman's Wolverine versus like the comics Wolverine. And that's that Wolverine in the comics is not like this tall, dark, and handsome, hunky slab of man-meat. He's like a 5'2" tall, hairy gremlin. Like, he's called Wolverine because he's short. Wolverines are not big. They do own the rights to Alien and Predator. I didn't know that.
Did keep these wannabe pushers in check.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Hey, what's that feeling? Do I miss him? No.
Well, I knew Alien was Fox. I didn't know Predator was Fox too. And of course, that's now under Disney. Early X-Men cartoon Wolverine is the best. Yeah. Another Wolverine that, well, apart from the voices, but like, because, like, I'm not afraid to say that, Steve Blum is, like, my definitive Wolverine. But, in terms of, like, other portrayals of Wolverine that I really like, I like, Scott McNeil's Wolverine from X-Men Evolution. Fun fact, Scott McNeil's actually said that he really wants to play Wolverine in live action because then he would be the only Canadian to play Wolverine in live action. Because Hugh Jackman is Australian. And Wolverine is from Canada. My favorite moment with Wolverine is bitch slapping Wolverine. Yeah, bitch slapping Wolverine over and over again in the Deadpool game.
Glad I stopped that.
That's hilarious. It's hilarious not because it goes on for too long, but because it goes on for as long as you want it to. Like, I've actually met one of the project leads on the Deadpool game. And really cool dude. This was after he had, well, after High Moon had been basically shuttered and turned into a Call of Duty support studio, like pretty much everything over at Activision nowadays. He gave I was in a class that was about the history of video games, and as part of that class, we went on a field trip to Red Storm Entertainment, which is the division of Ubisoft that makes a lot of the Tom Clancy games, as well as Rocksmith. And they, like, the project lead from Deadpool was working at Ubisoft at the time, and gave us a presentation about working on Deadpool. And he did have some pretty insightful things to say about it, like, how brand synergy is really important for licensed games, because part of the reason the Deadpool game failed to make much of a profit was because it came out at a time where Deadpool didn't have the mainstream appeal they had just a few years later when the Ryan Reynolds movie came out. Like, this was 2013, so it was just a couple of years off from being able to cash in on that movie hype. He also said that they had, like, a real everything in the kitchen sink approach to like what ideas got included in the game. Basically everything that someone pitched got included in some way, shape, or form. And he said in hindsight he would probably not do that again for a Deadpool game. And I asked him, like, out of all the wacky stuff that's in the Deadpool game, was there anything that didn't make the cut? And he told me, yes, there actually was. There was one thing that got cut that was planned at one point, which was a boss fight with a T-Rex. Because they couldn't find a good way to segue into it. Speaking of Deadpool, can't wait for Deadpool 3 because of Wolverine. Hell yeah, brother. I'm a little bit cautious about it because they're tying it into the MCU, and I'm so tired of multiverse stories. Not everything needs to be a multiverse story. Like, even if they are going to bring Deadpool into the MCU and allow him to appear alongside, like, modern Marvel characters, like, I'm just tired of the multiverse fad that's been going on for the past few years. That's part of why, like, as much as I like Bayonetta 3 and as much as I like Sonic Prime, I think that their multiverse aspects are their weakest parts. Because, like, Bayonetta 3, it's like, oh, there's an entire multiverse with their own Bayonettas in each universe. But what it amounts to is like, oh, what if Bayonetta was French instead of British? Or what if Bayonetta was Japanese instead of British? Or what if Bayonetta was Chinese instead of British? Or, you know, that kind of stuff, rather than actually exploring a whole bunch of different possibilities with the characters. And similar thing with Sonic Prime, for the first season at least. Season 2 seems to be ramping up for a more interesting story. Where, like, Season 1, the New York City stuff is where, like, the most interesting parts of the plot happen. Where it's, like, the world is ruled by a council of multiple versions of Dr. Eggman. But, ruled by multiple Dr. Eggman, and Sonic doesn't exist in that universe. But then, like, as far as the other universes that he travels to, it's basically like, oh, this is the pirate universe. This is the caveman universe. This is the I'm trying to think of some others, because they didn't really do all that much multiversal travel in Season 1. Also, I'm not too familiar with Devin Mack's work, but he's a great Sonic. Like, as someone who's very particular about his Sonic portrayals, like, there aren't any that I necessarily dislike. It's just that, like, I do have a ranking for them, which I might go into some other time when doing a Sonic stream.
It's all good, Spidey. Don't worry about it.
Hugh Jackman's coming back as well. Yeah, I knew that he wouldn't be able to escape Wolverine for very long, even after Logan came out. Which I still haven't seen, by the way. I never saw the Wolverine, and I never saw Logan.
1034. Repeat. Assault reported. Please
But I did see X-Men Origins Wolverine, so, you know, I got to see the worst Wolverine movie. Saw that in theaters. And let me tell you, as someone who was a fan of Deadpool at that time, and no one in my friend circle knew who Deadpool was, that pissed me the fuck off. Because they're like, oh, Deadpool, you mean Weapon 11? You mean the guy with no mouth? I'm like, why? I'm like, it is offensive that you would take the merc with a mouth and get rid of his mouth.
Live by the beatdown, die by the beatdown.
What superhero that fought a Xeno and survived? That's a good question. Xenomorphs are weak to fire, right? So Human Torch would probably do well.
Please respond code 2. 10-4 will
Ghost Rider would probably do well, too. As well, DC only. That's where you've got me, because I'm not as familiar with DC as I am with Marvel. Like with DC, my interest is a lot more limited.
Half the crime tower's back up already.
With Spider Cops on the job, come hell or high water, the job gets...
Nope.
She'd never admit it, but the chief was warming up to Spider.
Batman. Well, okay, but that's cheating. Okay, that is cheating. Because like it's like, oh, Batman or Superman wins against a Xenomorph. No shit, they win against everything. It's literally a meme that it's like Batman versus anything. Who wins? How much prep time does Batman have? That's the meme. All right, let's get some suits crafted. Alright, we got the Web Blossom now.
All units.
Web Blossom's one of my favorite abilities. And then we've got some of these suits were originally released through patches in the PS4 version, but they're included in the base game in the remastered version, and some of these are brand new. We've got the Raimi suit, we've got the Bombastic Bagman, Future Foundation, the upgraded suit from Far From Home, the stealth suit from Far From Home, you know, Night Monkey, the amazing suit from Amazing Spider-Man 2, not the Amazing Spider-Man 1 suit, unfortunately. I feel like that would be better distinguished from the Raimi suit. This is a new suit, the Arachnid Rider, based on, like, tokusatsu and manga stuff. The Armored Advanced suit is new, the Hybrid suit, and this black and gold suit, I don't know if that's particularly from anything. If you get this on PC, a lot of these, like, extra costumes are the ones that get modded out the most and replaced with custom suits. If you check some of my VODs of, like, my modded PC playthrough, you can see, like, some of the wacky mods I swapped them out for, like, replacing one of them with Venom. Like, just a full Venom model with tongue physics. And, like, replacing the advanced suit with Shadow the Hedgehog. Or, like, all sorts of stuff like that. One that was kind of awkward, but still, enjoyable in its own way, was, when I replaced one of the suits with, Rainbow Mika from Street Fighter. And then I did a mission that involved a lot of vent climbing, so there's just Rainbow Mika ass in my face the whole time, which, you know, I don't mind looking at Rainbow Mika ass. It's just, when it's taking up most of the screen, it's hard to focus.
I think that debris is trapping someone inside that car.
What about Spider Cop? There are a few Spider Cop mods. And of course, you've got your not safe for work mods, and then you've got, like, some meme mods. Like, someone made a whole ass Morbius model to put into the game as a custom suit.
Everyone's safe. I should let fire and rescue do their jobs.
But that one I've never gotten to work. Whenever I try to use it, it just crashes the game.
They deserve.
That was the modding tools for Spider-Man Remastered are actually surprisingly easy to use, to the point where I actually made my own mod for the PC version of Spider-Man Remastered, where it replaces, like, all the opening company logos, you know, like Marvel, Insomniac, Sony, all that kind of stuff. Replaces it with, like, a short... you know what? I'll just show it on stream. I'll show you what replaces it with, because it's better to show rather than to tell in this case. Let's see, we'll do a window capture. Alright, now I gotta find where the fuck I put my, There the fuck is my keyboard. Who would break the Batman like Bane did? Also a good question. Part of me wants to say Venom, but Batman would easily figure out the weakness to Venom. Here we go. Like, you boot up the game, and instead of the opening company logos, you see this.
See you, chump. What the hell?
There we go. You're welcome for that. Predator, yeah. I'm not too familiar with Predator either because, you know how I said I've never seen an Aliens movie? I've also never seen a Predator movie. I'm terrible. I'm a terrible sci-fi nerd. I use GX as well. Dude, I got turned on to GX a few years ago by my cousin. And it's been my go-to browser ever since. Literally, the only time I don't use GX is if I'm having a meeting with my therapist, because the therapy portal, like telehealth thing that they use is only compatible with Chrome and Firefox. Not Chromium-based browsers, specifically Google Chrome. Speaking of Opera GX, ever since they launched the Opera GX mod section, I've had a mod on my laptop that, for my laptop's version of Opera GX, that I need to install on my desktop version, which is like a Shy Lily themed mod that, you know, does some cosmetic stuff, but also changes the typing sound from like the standard typing sound to like every single keystroke plays a clip of Shy Lily saying womp. So it's just a cacophony of womp womps. I was using a Virgil theme for a while, but there wasn't really anything good with anything particularly interesting about it. One of my favorites that I've seen is the Duke mod, where in the background, like, it makes all of your typing sounds trumpet sounds, and it plays knee-deep in the Duke in the background if you have the browser music turned on.
Attention units, drug deal reported. Need an officer to check it out. Officers near Bowery, please respond.
You guys are like little kingpins in training. Oh, you!
What are we supposed to do against that? How are we doing that? Not how I thought today was gonna go.
Let's kick it up a notch.
That's what Web Blossom does. If you're not familiar with how this game works, every suit except for the DLC suits had, well, and a few unlockable suits as well, have their own unique special abilities. But you are not limited to only using them with that suit. You can mix and match abilities, which is my favorite bit about this game's mechanics. Like, you don't have to pick a suit you don't like in order to use an ability that you do like. Also, I don't think that those drugs are supposed to be floating in midair like that. I've heard of getting high, but, oh.
Never know how they'll react to me.
We're just straight up defying the laws of physics now.
Sir, man, you changed, man. Thanks. I'm gonna tell everybody. They deserve it.
That's that was amazing.
They deserve it.
Okay, this is going to be where we discover the problems with this game's stealth mechanics, specifically when it comes to base missions like this.
I want to go find out. Just got a text from Doc. Looks like he attached an idea for a Spidey gadget. Man, does he ever stop inventing? Wow, this looks like it could work.
Let's see. Can't read.
Awesome. Doc could be proud.
Alright, so obviously it's encouraging you to take out these guys without getting detected, right? That's what you would think. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Like, stealth is rewarded with more tokens at the end of this section. But ultimately, stealth is never necessary.
So let me give you rule number 1. You do not want to be late with a shipment. Ever. Boss runs a tight ship. He does not like screw.
Well, stealth is never necessary in these base sections, I should say. Some of the crossovers with Alien and Predator are cool. I heard that there's a couple good Aliens vs. Predator games.
Every time, on time. Got it?
Like, of course, there's the Aliens vs. Predator arcade game that a lot of people really like. Yeah, there we go. If you get spotted, or, I wasn't able to show this off here, but if you take out all of the enemies, without getting spotted, you'll still automatically be put into an alert state, and it starts spawning waves of enemies, because ultimately it's impossible to avoid combat in these sections. Like, I feel like it's trying to have its cake and eat it too, when it comes to trying to do its own version of the Arkham vs. Predator sections. The problem is, you kind of need to encourage stealth as the better option rather than just an option you can take if you want to.
More of them.
Oh boy, flashbang.
Spider-Man, turns out we've busted 4 illegal firearms dealers within a 3-block radius of that site.
Gun running. Let's see what I can do to cut down the supply.
I can't punch him if he's in the air.
Never touches the ground.
Doing a shit job here. I'm probably gonna die.
Can't take much more. This'll shut your mouth.
Dredd got Judge Dredd versus Alien. Dude, that sounds amazing.
Dang, looks like they called their buddies.
I'm not too familiar with Judge Dredd because 2080 never had quite the reach in the US that it had in the UK.
Leave your shoes at the door. Unless you're not wearing socks, in which case, buy some socks already.
Like, the US's exposure to Judge Dredd is mostly in the form of the arcade game, the Sylvester Stallone movie, and the, God, who played him in, the other Judge Dredd movie? I feel like I should know, even though I'm not familiar with his work.
Anyone want to surrender? No?
Back away from it! I'm tired of you. So am I.
Oh no, don't fall!
done.
All right, there we go. Carl Urban, thank you. That's who it was. Like, our exposure to Judge Dredd here in America is really only limited to the arcade game, the Sylvester Stallone movie, and the Carl Urban movie.
Someone finally reported shots fired, so I've got officers inbound. Good work. Fisk has more construction sites throughout the city, vetting their fronts too. Keep an eye out, and report in if you see anything suspicious.
If I'm gonna find all of Fisk's construction sites, I should recalibrate my mapping software to be more accurate. Using a depth map post-process on photos of popular landmarks should do it, and I know just the one to start with.
Oh, you sent me a link. What is this? Predator the Musical? I'm gonna have to check that out later.
Good old Empire State. Man, I love this town. Time to grab a snapshot.
Yay, thank you, Twitch. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not really a good way to have an ad-free viewing experience on Twitch without having to pay for it.
Much photography since quitting
there's
the
like
Bugle.
one...
I enjoy it. Should keep an eye out for more landmarks to shoot.
There's like a one ad block plugin in particular that's like specifically built to block Twitch ads. And I would actually recommend using that rather than
it's Mr. Lee. Hello?
Peter, it's Martin
like
Lee.
unless you specifically want to financially support me, which I never like encourage people to do.
Oh, sure thing. Just let me know
Like
when you're ready, I'll swing by.
Great.
I would recommend like looking up that one ad block plugin that's specifically built for blocking Twitch ads. Because I don't feel like subscribing is a viable way to have a good ad-free viewing experience when it's not like one subscription for the whole site. It's well, one subscription per person you want to watch.
Hey, old fashioned B&E. Gotta love the. Ever hear a knocking?
Came the wrong hood.
Hi, Mr. Muggins. This is about the rent.
Mr. Parker, call served. It's your third and final warning. Eviction proceedings.
Wait.
It's just annoying. You're getting that many ads. I tried to see, like, I'm trying to set the ad breaks to be as short as possible. Problem is, Twitch just kind of like overrides my settings and is like, oh, you're going to have shorter ad breaks, then we're going to pack more ads in a row into those ad breaks. And it's like, my hands are tied on that. Oh, okay, you were talking like hyperbolically, okay. Because I remember there was there was one stream I was doing where one of my viewers got like 9 ads back to back in one ad break. And legit, that almost pushed me to give up on Twitch entirely and switch over to YouTube. If it weren't for the fact that I still needed to be a part of this charity stream. Because, like, you know, can't really raid someone from Twitch to YouTube. And also because it's just too much of a headache to try and migrate my viewer base from one platform over to another. What about Kick? Kick's pretty shady. Kick's pretty shady in terms of like how it's funded. And the kind of content that it implicitly promotes. I'd rather not get too much into that, but I'll say I've looked into Kick, and it just doesn't seem like the kind of environment where I would feel comfortable streaming.
What's up?
Hey, Mark.
Like, I'm not even talking about, like, you know, the problems with moderation on there. It's just more so like a very dude bro type culture on that site, and that's not something I gel with.
What a nice surprise.
Need some help?
Yeah, sure. Oh, there are some heavy boxes.
No. I mean, not yet. I mean, I came to, I just wanted to talk.
Okay. Okay. Peter, are you in trouble? Do you need money?
No, I mean, I'm a little behind on my rent, but no, I'm fine.
Girl problems again, huh?
What? No, that's crazy.
I still wish you and MJ could work things out. She's a great girl.
She is, but...
The two of you would make some beautiful baby. Peter. What is it? Come on. You can tell me.
These past few years, you helping me through college and working here, sacrificing so much and asking for nothing. I just wish there were more people like you in the world.
He's right. 5 years ago, you walked in here and told me you were inspired by my mission to help others. Now it's you who inspires me. Thank you, May, for everything. Here's for many more years of service.
Okay.
Thanks again for setting all this up.
Oh, I just wish I could.
After this cutscene,
Well,
I am
always told
going
me
to
if you help
pause
someone,
to
you
take
help
a quick couple-minute break
maybe we should
because
send
I
May to City
totally
Hall to
forgot
have a
I
word
was
with the
supposed to
mayor.
get a package, and it's just been sitting out there
I gotta run.
since
Thanks again
like
for the party
10
and everything.
o'clock.
It really means a lot.
And also, you know, so I can get a stretch in because this is a longer stream segment than I'm used to doing. So stay tuned, and I will be right back. I'll leave you with what song's up on the playlist? What do we have up on the playlist? We have Hedgehog Stew by I Teach Vader. Yeah, grab a drink, grab a snack. We're in for a long haul.
That's better. As I was saying. I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew. If it's the last thing I do, it's only a matter of time before my hedgehog stew. Now nothing can stop me from conquering Mobius. And lots of other stuff too. Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today. What? It's my greatest gift idea. Get that damn hedgehog. Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon. If it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get that blue baboon. Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew today. It's my greatest invention ever. Get that hedgehog, do as I say. Oh boy, I'm gonna make some hedgehog stew in the afternoon. If it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna get that blue cartoon. Would taste so much better with hedgehog in it.
I'm back. All right. Yeah, turns out one of my neighbors had gotten the package for me and left it right outside my door. So, nice of them. Yeah, I'm back from getting a stretch and picking up a package. And now we are going to continue with more Marvel's Spider-Man Remastered. I am out of breath because I am out of shape. I'm working on that. And I forgot to pause the music. God damn. Late night scuff stream. You know that feeling.
Outside.
Boss time? We're getting there. Our first proper boss, obviously, is going to be Shocker. You know, as is tradition for Spider-Man games. But before we get to, like, you know, fighting supervillains, we gotta work our way up the ladder a bit, okay?
Did you check it out? Quietly?
First thing we've got to do is investigate an art auction, or like an art museum ran by Wilson Fisk, Kingpin, where the alarm has gone off. I do like that they tried to get as many real-world New York landmarks in this game as possible. Like, obviously, when you're doing a game set in New York City, you want to have recognizable landmarks, but the unfortunate reality that they came across in this game's development, is that some of those landmarks are copyrighted art pieces that they couldn't get clearance to use. So, like, probably the most noticeable one is the statue right outside of Wall Street. That's like a charging bull. They couldn't get the rights to use that in this game because it's a copyright art piece. So instead, they replaced it with a statue of the character Lockjaw.
I had to get to the lab. Sorry.
Don't apologize. I just wanted to tell you how much what you said.
And then there's also, like, some stuff where, like, it implies that there's a bigger Marvel universe outside of this world. Like, you can find the Avengers Tower, you can find the Wakandan Embassy, the Sanctum Sanctorum.
I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
May I don't know what to say.
Oh, I think Mr. Lee needs my help. I should go. See you soon, dear. I love you.
I'm pretty sure you can even find the Latvian embassy in this game, which, you know, Doctor Doom fans would be happy about. That's one thing I'm hoping for with the inevitable MCU Fantastic Four movie, is that they go with a more comic-accurate Doctor Doom.
Available unit, narcotics sale reported.
Like, Doctor Doom is such a weird thing that, like, they continually get wrong in Fantastic Four movies. Like, they keep trying to play him up as, like, this suave, debonair, like, manipulator. Whereas in the comics, like, he's just kind of an egomaniac who, like, does anything he can to spite people. Just out of, like, pettiness. And that's why his character's so fun.
Thanks for the heads up. Got an 1160.
Also, another thing that movie history has done with Doctor Doom that I feel is the wrong direction to go in, is that they spend way too much time with Doom without his mask. Like, the whole thing with Dr. Doom is that he never takes off his mask. As far as we know, that's actually his face. Or as far as we're concerned, it might as well be his face.
Who wants a picture?
Like with Dredd, yeah. Because Dredd's another character where, like, they keep like, the Sylvester Stallone movie, especially, spent, like, way too much time with Dredd with his mask off. Where, like, the whole thing about Dredd, to my understanding, I say this as someone with zero experience reading or watching Dredd stuff. But to my understanding, Dredd's not supposed to be, like, a special person in particular with, like, a secret identity that he hides behind the mask. It's just part of his uniform. Like, there's no there's literally no reason to show his face because there's nothing that adds to the character. Like, I say this in the most unironic way possible. The most comic-accurate Dr. Doom we've gotten in any Fantastic Four movie is from the Roger Corman Fantastic Four movie that was never officially released, but you can easily find bootlegs of. Where, like, it was such a slipshod production that Dr. Doom is literally impossible to understand what he's saying. Because they didn't dub over his lines, they used the on-camera audio. So all of his speech is muffled by his mask. Dredd is a clone of another judge. Okay.
I am losing patience. Where is the file?
There's someone else here. They must have taken it.
All right, this is our introduction to, like,
who are these guys?
This game's sort of set up in a 3-act structure.
No one here but
with
us.
each act following a different main antagonist group. And
This is bad. They'll kill her if I alert them. Need to pick them
like
up
we
silently.
started off with like some of the remnants of Wilson
The silent
Fisk's
alarm was legit. Masked gunman
you know,
and a single
goons.
hostage. Looks like a
And
heist in
now
progress.
we're
Copy
gradually
that.
introducing
Sending
a new
units your way.
villain faction
Keep the
called the
situation from getting worse
Demons.
in the meantime.
Can do.
And the Demons are led by a character that I'm not too familiar with because he's a more recent
alert the
invention.
others.
And to my understanding, this game is like the first time he's gotten like a big role in anything. A villain called Mr. Negative.
They always look so cozy whipped up like that. Should web him from above.
By the way, speaking of lower tier Spider-Man villains, anybody excited for the Kraven the Hunter movie? You know, the one that shows that Sony learned nothing from Morbius?
Someone's coming.
There's actually some rumors going on right now that Matt Smith might be tapped to play Reed Richards, you know, Mr. Fantastic, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and like that would be such a step up from being in Morbius.
My patience wears thin.
Someone else is here. I swear.
Like, I'm not too familiar with Matt Smith outside of his tenure on Doctor Who.
If they're here,
where
are they?
But, like, I liked him in Doctor Who. Then again, I say that with him being the only Doctor I've ever watched. Well, no, that's not true. I saw one episode of Tom Baker. Like, I haven't only seen Matt Smith because he's, like, my favorite Doctor and I refuse to watch anyone else. It's because I went a long time without access to BBC America. And during the time that I did have BBC America, they only ever fucking aired Matt Smith episodes. They never aired Classic Who, and they never aired any of the previous Doctors. It was just like, oh, we've reached the end of the Matt Smith era, we're going to restart the Matt Smith era in reruns.
Hey, Pete.
Someone from the UK, I'm happy to say that I never watched Doctor Who at all.
Same as you. Working.
I don't know what's more... Well, you're Scottish, so...
yeah, thanks.
Not nearly as offensive as, like, Ashens being from England and hating
Robbie
tea.
doesn't technically know I'm here. And it wasn't a break-in until a few minutes
Oh, yeah,
ago.
and, of course, here's our intro to MJ, who in this universe is a reporter for the Daily Bugle. Now, for context, in this game's universe, J. Jonah Jameson has retired from the Daily Bugle, and it's now run by Robbie.
Excuse me.
Hi, Mary Jane Watson. I'm covering the Fisk estate sale.
Hello.
That's also why
Chris
you
said we
keep
do this
getting, like, the
tomorrow.
podcast interludes from,
like to get a jump on things.
good old JJJ
Well,
every now and then.
don't. You'll have to come back tomorrow.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry. Hey, Craig? No, sorry. It looks like we're gonna have to run something else on the cover. I don't know. Maybe the expressionist piece?
You know what? I think I can make today work.
Are you sure?
You're here. No moment like the present.
Thank you. Craig? Never mind. We're good.
Let's get started. Look around and familiarize yourself with the items. I'll be waiting by the Baku statue when you're ready to begin.
Can do.
Yeah, this is a part of the game that's kind of divisive for a lot of players. Every now and then you get these little interludes where you play as either Mary Jane or Miles.
I get why Peter does it, but I never totally loved the heroes hiding behind masks thing.
And these are
being a
always
hero is
stealth
standing behind your
sections
actions.
where
Being
detection
willing to say,
equals instant
"Yeah,
failure.
That was me." That's the sort of
And
hero
you
I
don't
wanna
really
be,
have a
at
good
least.
way to defend yourself. Like, these are supposed to be downtime in between,
He saw himself in this. A great
in between,
man willing to do what others wouldn't.
like, you know, all
Think
the
I had no
action
self-awareness.
sequences. But I feel like that's kind of misplaced, because the downtime in between action sequences is when you're traveling around the city.
Fisk cut Peter open like a pork sausage with this the first time they fought. Pete got away, collapsed in my yard half dead, and I had to steal my dad's car to drive him to the ER. The first of many Nurse MJ moments. Too many.
Like, okay, so, as someone who's not too familiar with Doctor Who,
I remember when Fisk started illegally importing
I got a kick out
artifacts like
of,
He bought the local harbor
a
to
video
cover his
that
tracks
Ashens
and
did
laid
of
off
one of the
old
worst
staff,
action figures
including
ever
my
made,
dad.
which was
Whose
a
job was
Doctor
hearing out
Who.
as the other
It was an action
tables
figure from
turned.
Doctor Who. It was an action figure of Cassandra, to be specific, who's like the last human alive in her time, and she exists as like just flesh from a face that's stretched across a rack and is constantly being moisturized. So the action figure of her is literally just,
Weren't they
you
just
know,
in the news?
a stand with a face on it, and it doesn't do anything. And what makes it better is that they released a variant of that mold later on, which is supposed to be Destroyed Cassandra, where it's the same rack, but now there's no face on it. So it's just an empty rack as an action figure that they sold for full price.
I can't get over this image. So much tension between these two figures.
What Spider-Man character do I want to see in a Spider-Man game?
So beautiful. Part of me wishes I could drop everything and travel the world.
That's a good question.
But life and work are here.
Given that this game has a lot of characters in it, it has most of the main ones I'd want to see. It's got Shocker, it's got Doc Ock, it's got Scorpion, it's got Rhino. Next game's going to have Venom. And it's going to have Kraven the Hunter. I don't know why we're getting such a big Kraven the Hunter push lately, but I kind of like it.
Always hated this cane. So tacky.
You mean Man Spider? Oh, you want to see Man Spider?
Let me know when you're ready to begin.
Sounds good.
Starting with the prize, a one-of-a-kind Kakemon Baku.
Oh, beautiful. It's a Mifune?
Correct. Mr. Fisk has exceptional taste.
Did you know him well before his arrest?
In a professional context. I handled many of his sales.
Actually, I just thought of who I want to see in an Insomniac Spider-Man game. I want to see Mysterio. Like, I don't want Mysterio how he was done in Far From Home. I didn't like that. I like the way they portrayed his powers. Or, well, powers, in quotes, because, you know, Mysterio is all about illusions.
The two Neo are so imposing. I can see why Fisk liked this piece.
But,
style.
Like, I don't like how they treated his character.
Screams, but creation toils in silence.
Was there ever anything irregular?
I'm still annoyed with the Resident Evil remakes for having no spider, but lickers are fine.
Of course not.
Yeah, well, to be fair, Resident Evil 2 barely had any spiders. They were only in, like, 1 or 2 rooms in the whole game. So it's not like that was a very noticeable cut. It's not like Resident Evil 3 cutting out entire sections of the game.
I'm sure I wouldn't know anything about that.
Oh, I know. I was just wondering, now that he's arrested, if you had ever noticed anything strange.
You know what? I'm actually running short of time. Why don't we grab the cover photo while we can?
When I told my DA friend I was doing a piece on you, he mentioned your name was familiar.
Just the photo, please.
Like, the Lickers are obviously going to have to be in a Resident Evil 2 remake, because the Lickers are the iconic enemy of that game. The spiders, like, they're so inconsequential.
Are you sure there's nothing you'd like to say, maybe
in
off the record?
Resident Evil 2, the original one.
I don't think your readers would have any interest in...
That, like, you can really just take them or leave them without too much being noticeably lost. You can go on a rant on Resident Evil 2 and 3 Remake. You see, I finally you will be happy to hear that I finally gotten around to playing OG Resident Evil 2. And it's now one of my favorite Resident Evil games.
Time for you to go.
Oh,
I played so many versions of it now, actually.
Thank you.
I would argue that Resident Evil 2 Remake in no way replaces the original Resident Evil 2 as much as Capcom wants it to. Because they're two completely different experiences. Like, not just in terms of, obviously, gameplay and graphics, but also in terms of the tone and a lot of the way the game is structured. Like, there's no real A and B scenarios in the remake. Which A and B scenario was where a lot of the replayability for Resident Evil 2 comes from.
Hello, Craig. Funny you should call.
I played a bit of Resident Evil 3.
Clearly not working the puzzle piece we agreed upon.
I haven't played much of Resident Evil 3.
I've got to get into that back room.
like the sort of randomized roguelike elements to it.
What do you mean he had to
kind of throw me off. Where it's like, oh no, you've got to make a
she's not your reporter, who is she?
you've got to make a split-second decision about what to do. And it's like kind of random whether it happens in your playthrough or not. Like obviously that adds a lot of replayability because it's not going to be the exact same playthrough 2 times.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is
but
arrested. And the second thing I'm going to do is cut your head, Craig.
Dang, she's
like it
pissed.
for a first-time player who's trying to play without guides.
Most definitely a
Because I feel like on your first playthrough, unless it's something like a really old Metroid game where, like, you're not getting anywhere without a map at the very least.
He's used it to hide evidence. Why didn't
like, I try to play without guides as much as
statue
possible
opens.
On these kind of games. Like, my only exceptions are, like, Zelda 1 and Metroid 1 and 2.
I wonder if there are any clues in here. That's the Neo behind them. But it looks different.
The other reason I haven't finished Resident Evil 3 is because I had some hardware failures that kept me from finishing my playthrough that I was doing at the time. My childhood PS1 finally bit the dust. Unfortunately, I've got it replaced with a modded one now that has a Terra Onion mode installed. I wanted to play the Dreamcast version for the higher graphical fidelity.
Mouth closed, left arm down, right palm facing forward.
But, like, at the time, my Dreamcast had died. I've gone through 2 Dreamcasts now. I'm on my 3rd one.
Maybe these pieces move. Nice. So close.
There's a mod where he plays Nemesis trying to kill Jill. That sounds like fun. There's a Vinesauce mod that was made specifically for Vinny, for OG Resident Evil 2, where like it just inserts a whole bunch of Vinesauce memes and like stuff that Vinny's a fan of, and that was a fun thing to watch. Like it replaces the dogs with geese, and
I've seen these before.
gives all of the zombies meat heads. And like Mr. X is replaced with Rem Lazar. Robert Kendo's replaced with Mike Staklasa from Red Letter Media.
Devil's breath. What is devil's? What the?
The rocket launcher is a super scope, if I remember correctly.
Excuse me, sir. You can't be.
Not good.
Where's the statue?
Also, I've gone back and I've played Resident Evil 1. I've played Resident Evil 2. In addition to the remakes. So, like, I've finally gotten over my my whole bit with not liking tank controls in old school Resident Evil. I've perfectly adapted to them by now.
You're lucky to be alive.
Says the guy I saved 5 minutes ago.
And I would argue that old school
these
Resident
massacres
Evil,
are,
like
they're after this file.
fixed camera angles
I'll never
Resident
get it out of
Evil
here while the place is
works
swarming
best
with them.
with tank controls.
Right. Okay, you hide back there. I take out the bad guys.
If you want a interesting experience with OG Resident Evil 2, play the Nintendo 64 version. Because after you beat the game, you unlock a randomizer mode. Once you get to the police station, it randomizes the placements of ammo and health pickups.
Did she change her perfume?
Like weapons weapons and key items are still in the same place. So you can't soft lock yourself out of the game. But ammo and health placements are randomly swapped out, and the amounts that you get are randomized. Like you know that one bit in
Okay, Pete, I'm hidden near the front.
You know that one bit in the police station where it's like near the entrance in the back area where you find like that one policeman's corpse, and when you investigate it, you find some handgun ammo?
Not clear what Devil's Breath is, but it's.
Do you think a later version of Resident Evil 2 did have that mode? It was a Nintendo 64 exclusive, but it's probably been modded into the PC version.
Hang tight.
If you can find the PC version, that is. Like, from my experience with the randomizer mode, just to see, like, what kind of results you can get, like, I checked that policeman's body and, like, tried to see, like, oh, how much handgun ammo am I gonna get from that? I didn't get handgun ammo. I got 28 Magnum rounds.
Tight, Pete. There we go. Okay, room is clear. Easy does it. Man, Fisk had a lot of stuff.
把他叫醒！我试过了，现在只剩下我们了。
One room at a time. Clear this out before I continue.
Come on, demons. Come on. You can do it.
哪来的？那有可能是老鼠。
There we go. Perch takedown is so satisfying to use. I know some people made their own Resident Evil game in the PS1 style, and it looks amazing. I'll have to check that out. Like, I know there's been some Resident Evil PS1 inspired games, but I don't know of, like, any PS1 Resident Evil fan games.
Let me go!
MJ.
Stop!
No. Hide! Not cool with the hostage taking, guys.
你挡不住我们，怎么做到了？
Whoa! What is up with that glowy stuff on your hands? Are you guys ghosts? I've never fought a ghost before.
我看留在地上。
You asked for it. Okay, now I mean.
Just skip the entire fight by just using Web Blossom. Pro strats.
Was it a workout? Huh. Looks antique.
Oh, actually, now that I think about it, a potential future stream I could do is I finally found my GameCube copy of Resident Evil Remake. So I could finally stream that on original hardware instead of having to emulate it or, you know, go with the HD remaster, which, you know, always an option. But technically the HD remaster does have some bugs in it that are not in the original GameCube version. It's mainly down to the music runs at the wrong speed. It plays faster than it's supposed to.
Your editor will be hearing from our attorney.
Move. We got 211 in transport. Heading down to Men's Central. A couple of suspects down here.
Mix? Like the last 6 months never happened? Since when did Mix become Italian?
No idea, but I'm still glad he makes these fries.
Totally. Best in the city.
So, how's the grind at the Bugle?
Well, I just got an all-caps text from Robbie about my so-called antics tonight. So
you know, since I don't really have much to talk about in this scene right here, other than, like, holy shit, we get Peter and MJ being a couple again. Well, not officially in this scene, but, you know, it's building up to it.
Just right in the city. What's your take?
Like,
your story there.
if you want some fucking good-ass fries and just good-ass, like, food in general, and you're ever in the Chapel Hill, North Carolina area, there's a local place called Al's Burger Shack that won a magazine award for best burger in the country. They also are known for their fries that they serve seasoned with rosemary. And
I've never heard
all
you
of
talk
their
like that
food's so
before.
fucking delicious.
That can change in 6 months.
Why did you ask me here, Pete?
You know, just dinner between friends.
Friends. Is that what we are?
Well, maybe we could be, you know, if that's what you wanted.
There's a lot of baggage here.
Seriously, just add some glasses to them, and you'd have Scott.
So bad?
You'd have fucking
carry good things too, like money and, keys.
Scott will eventually take a look at the first Mega Man Wozniak.
Do you remember why we broke up?
Also, for worst Chippy, don't go to the land and sea.
This is a trick question, isn't it?
Duly noted.
Saved by the siren.
I heard that, from a, English VTuber that I follow. English as in from England. VTuber that I follow. You might have seen her recently if you follow Takahata.
Love seeing you two together again.
Kanakomori.
You always were my favorite.
She was recently on one of Takahata's streams. Like, she was talking about, how, like, a lot of English chip shops are claiming to be, like, the original inventors of, chip sandwich, or, like, chip, burger with chips on it.
Yeah, well,
and it's like, that struck me as being like, you know, you go to New York City, and there's like every single pizza place that claims to be like the original home of authentic New York pizza. And yes, Stan Lee in one of his final cameos before his passing. And you know, I think that was a more fitting farewell cameo than his actual final cameo. Like, as far as the MCU goes, his final cameo just being, like, him saying peace. It doesn't feel like a good send-off to the man, the myth, the legend.
Don't worry, Doc. I make a point not to leave anything there. but I know my friend appreciates you looking out.
By the way, if you're looking for mods for the PC version of Spider-Man Remastered, there's several Stan Lee mods that import his model from Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Don't let bullies like him stand in their way. People like us.
You said a mouthful, Doc. Take care.
I think I'll knock out the rest of these towers just so we can have this done with.
Report of a break-in. Unknown if suspects are armed. Nearest officer, please proceed to Manhattanville.
You can't wait for next month. What happens next month? If it's a game release, I'm like really out of the loop on those, admittedly. I haven't been following a lot of gaming news lately. Like, you were the person who told me about like, oh yeah, Armored Core. Dude, I have a friend who's like another VTuber. Really great dude. Gotta follow him. Star Pro Nade. Also known as Grenade Man Blitz, or just Nade for short. Dude's a huge Armored Core fan. And he is, like, so fucking excited for new Armored Core. He's been waiting so long for this, and he's definitely going to stream it once it comes out.
207, kidnapping reported. Nearest unit, please respond.
I think you would like Nade's aesthetic too. He's a Mega Man Robot Master inspired VTuber. Based on Grenade Man from Mega Man 8. Yeah, FromSoft showing that they can, reminding us that they can do more than just Soulsborne games.
Safe now. I thought I was gonna die in there. Thank you. Oh no, they're back!
Now here's my question. When are we going to get a sequel to Metal Wolf Chaos? Metal Wolf, stay tuned for July 4th stream, you know. I don't really do much to celebrate Independence Day here in the US. It's just kind of another day to me. But I'll ring in Independence Day with a stream of Metal Wolf Chaos, the most American game ever made by Japanese people.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Like, if you're not familiar with Metal Wolf Chaos, it is a cult classic FromSoft mech shooter game from the Armored Core team that was an Xbox exclusive, only released in Japan until a few years ago when it got an HD remaster internationally, where you play as the President of the United States piloting a mech trying to save the world from terrorists. Like I said, most American game to be made by Japanese people.
1034, assault reported. Approach with caution. Nearest officer, proceed to Robinson.
I can't let him hurt that victim anymore. You're Spider-Man! Try hitting me! Spoiler, I hit back.
You don't celebrate Robert Burns Day. Do you at least celebrate, what is it, Guy Fawkes Day? Remember the 5th of November? Like, if we're talking about holidays that need more recognition, I'm all for like bigger celebrations of Leif Erikson Day.
Oh what? What? It's not fun getting beat up? Well, sit with that for a while.
Bonfire Night, that's what it's called, not Guy Fawkes Day. Duh. That goes to show how American I am.
Yuri, I'm looking at a Fisk site where there's a lot of people, but not much work getting done.
That you can see. They're keeping it under wraps.
I'll turn over some rocks.
Well, that's another name for it. Okay, so I was technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Don't gotta worry about finding your next job.
That's me, the boss is handling it right. Let the other players hit each other for a while. Come back strong, feet are killing me.
Nap time.
Well, I don't know why I'm asking you if you celebrate Bonfire Night. That's not really a Scottish thing. It's more of an English thing, to my understanding. I know better than to make the mistake of saying that, saying and or implying that England, Scotland, and Ireland are all basically the same country.
Cobra 2, status report. Check on Cobra 2. He's not responding.
Up here you do celebrate? Okay.
Who's there? Literally didn't see that coming.
Now I gotta be.
Heads up, Spider-Man's around. Hey, I need a hand.
Hit him! Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there, where, no matter how stealthy you are in these base missions, they always automatically detect you after you take out a certain amount of enemies.
How is he beating us?
How is he beating us? With his fists and kicks, of course.
Crush your skull!
Keep him on the ground, or we don't stand a chance. Latecomers! That's a lot of tardy slips I'm gonna have to write.
Ballerina, get down! Come on, bring him down already! Can't hit him in the air! This doesn't care. Come on!
Yep, time to pummel some, my words are failing me because I've been up for, almost 24 hours straight.
Backup's here. Why don't I have backup? All right, nobody likes me.
I'll enjoy this.
Spider-Man, my sources say they're running exotic weapons out of that location. Explosives, rocket launchers.
Fisk does manage to get stuff you don't see outside the military.
That needs to stay off the streets, by any means necessary.
You don't mess with the Kingpin and live. Keep him on the ground.
Reinforcements!
As someone who suffers from insomnia, I'm very familiar with that feeling. Unfortunately. Also, Front Mission First Remake is on PS Now. Didn't know that. Well, it's not called PS Now anymore. It's just like, it's just a higher tier of PS Plus, right? Because I've got the premium tier, which is like the highest tier they offer. Because I was already paying for Essential, and then was like, they had a deal where it's like only pay $6 for the rest of the year to get upgraded to premium. I'm probably not gonna do premium a second time because my connection's not good enough for game streaming. And the retro game selection they have is pretty lacking. So I'll probably just go back down to like the second tier, the one that gets you like the monthly games, and then like the catalog of free PS4 games. Free PS4 and PS5 games, like the Ubisoft games and stuff like that, so I can try things out without having to pay for them, and then buy them if I do like them.
Got Big Willie's guys.
Like,
and his
I would
weapons
be
all wrapped up like Christmas morning.
for you, Resident Evil 1 and Tekken 2 and Killzone Liberation. See, when it comes to PS1, here's my hot take. As someone who's like a nostalgic curmudgeon, who's very particular about his retro graphics, I don't like how PS1 games look on PlayStation Plus, on PS4 and PS5. Because they do some stuff to enhance the image and clean it up a bit. But they still leave some things intact that should be cleaned up, that can easily be cleaned up by some free modern emulators. Like, basically what it comes down to is, like, they do texture filtering and anti-aliasing to smooth out the image. But then they don't do anything about the perspective correction. So you still get that, like, wobbling textures and polygons whenever the camera moves. That's, like, inherent to a lot of PS1 games. And, like, that's something you can fix very easily with emulators like DuckStation and Mednafen. But they didn't do that for PS5 or PS4. So you get like smooth, pretty models that are warbling all over the place, and it's more noticeable because of how smooth everything is now. Like, instead of looking like, oh, that's just a limitation of the graphics, it's like, oh, that just looks wrong.
See you tomorrow, Peter. Here's to a successful day.
Ad time for you, BRB? Okay.
I'll text Yuri the location. Cops will be here in no time.
Wrong button. I press this button. Alright, we'll go with, the... You know what, we'll switch to Scarlet Spider for now. But keep the Web Blossom. Web Blossom's just too good not to use until we get Spider Bro. Spider Bro's a game breaker. You are pressing buttons. Seriously, check out I Teach Vader's, especially his YouTube music videos. Those are really good. I was playing one earlier as, like, my, hold music for when I was on break, called Hedgehog Stew. Dude is really good at making entire songs off clips of Dr. Ivo Robotnik.
Officers needed to assist civilians trapped in their cars after a crash. Officers needed in East Harlem. Bridges, Flatbush Avenue exit. C services.
You know, part of me wishes that Long John Baldry had at the very least lived until, like, the mid-2010s. So he could have lived to see, like, this entire resurgence in interest in his role as Dr. Robotnik in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And how, like, not only it led to a whole resurgence in, like, people making, you know, shitposts and memes and all this kind of stuff out of probably his most iconic performance ever, but also just a brand new appreciation for him in general. Like, unfortunately, he died in, I believe it was 2004 or 2005. So he didn't get to live to see the advent of, like, YouTube poop, leading to a whole new renaissance of people learning to love his portrayal of Dr. Robotnik. Did my mate play MechWarrior 5? I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. He's a big mech dude. He likes, like, obviously he likes Armored Core. One of the first streams he did was of, Armored Core. Armored Core Last Raven, I believe. Or one of the PS2 ones. Can't remember which one, because I'm not too familiar with Armored Core. And he also has done some streams of Daemon Ex Machina, which is from one of the guys behind Armored Core. What I would say is, like, if you're looking for a mech game to play, and you also like the very particular storytelling style of Hideo Kojima, check out Zone of the Enders. It's one of the most fun mech games I've ever played. The games are all pretty short. There's only 2 of them, and one of them's available on PS4 and Steam. The other is available on PS2, and it was remastered on PS3 and Xbox 360. But they're like mech combat games that are, like, really just fun and fluid to control. Voice acting's not the greatest, as was the style of the time. But, like, it's just so fun to play. It's like one of the most fast-paced mech combat games I've ever played. Don't try Left Alive because it's shit. Yeah, I heard about that. I saw the re-res episode on that.
I guess these guys aren't trading baseball cards. Oh, come on, fellas. You can't keep ducking income tax like this.
Fun fact, Left Alive is one of the free games you can get on PS Plus. You know, in case you don't want to pay for your shit. Like, why they would just, like, Left Alive is just the latest in... there's a neat detail that I really like, is if you knock an enemy off a building and they would normally fall to their death, they automatically, like, get stuck to the wall instead. Because Spider-Man doesn't kill people. But yeah, the whole fact that Left Alive came out in the state that it did, where, like, no amount of patches could fix the inherent flaws with its gameplay, it's like one of the many things that's making me think, like, what the fuck is going on with you, Square Enix? You didn't used to be like this, even just a few years ago.
I wonder if King T'Challa got his powers from being bitten by a radioactive panther. Dude's tough, but that'd still probably hurt. Magnifique.
Also, there's a ZB of it. Yeah, that's how I learned about Left Alive in the first place. Like, you could tell that they were trying to trick people into thinking it was a Metal Gear game by hiring Yoji Shikawa to do the artwork. Like, it genuinely feels like they only hired Yoji Shinkawa to make people think it was a Metal Gear game.
You're so full of anger, and I wish you'd get help managing it. It's terrible for your health. Now I know she speaks from a place of concern, but this is a common misconception that I have to correct. I'm not full of anger. I'm full of love. I call out injustice, corruption, and crimes against humanity because I adore this city. And I want it to be better. What you hear in my voice is love. Nothing but love.
Like I said, perfect portrayal of J. Jonah Jameson. The only thing that tops it is, of course, J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson. Nothing's ever going to top that. I've been, you know, ever since they started releasing Zero Punctuation compilations as, like, podcasts, I've been listening to those while I drive. And it's just, it takes my mind off of the tedium of driving for hours when I'm, like, going to visit some family. When I'm just listening to Yahtzee go on these vulgar rants about how bad a game is. Like, I'll either listen to that, or I will pull up, like, some Little B metal covers.
We reserve the right to refuse service and knock out any criminals. Says so right on the sign.
Someone watched ZP and didn't understand it because it was too British. One of my exes, I tried introducing them to Zero Punctuation, and they were not able to watch it, not because, like, they couldn't understand him, but because, like, the way he talks, how fast and aggressively he talks, was just, like, making their ADHD go ballistic. And, you know, that's something that never occurred to me, that could be something for someone, that could, like, negatively impact, like, their ADHD symptoms. As someone with ADHD, I really like Yahtzee. He's him and, like, two of the best masters of wordplay, in the YouTube sphere have to be Yahtzee Croshaw and Few Adams. And they're on polar opposites of the wordplay spectrum in terms of, like, what they do. Yahtzee is all about, like, turning a phrase and making it really vulgar and hilarious. Like, it goes so far that you can't help but laugh at it. And then Few Adams is all about puns and portmanteaus.
You're all going to jail, where I bet you'll be as good at breaking out as you were at breaking in.
All right, you wanted a boss fight? Here comes it. Well, this isn't our boss fight, but here's your supervillain.
Actually, I don't. Just trying to make polite conversation.
Let's stop talking.
But this could be so much more rewarding if we connected on an emotional level. Wait, I forgot. You don't have emotions. Come on, Herman. At least talk to me so we can make it interesting. Gotcha. Now let's talk.
I said I'm done talking.
I gotta say, chase sections like this are a recurring element in a lot of Spider-Man games. I feel like this game does it the best by, you know, not making them a pain in the ass. The worst ones, in my opinion, are the ones from Ultimate Spider-Man for PS2 and GameCube. Because, like, not only do you have to, you know, stay within range of the person you're chasing, but they're also constantly shooting stuff at you that you don't have a good way of dodging because there's no dedicated dodge button.
Like zero personality, but your suit is awesome. Can we talk design details? Maybe later.
Good work, Spider-Man. Did you learn anything about his motive?
I tried, but he's not very talkative. Plus, I think he hates me.
You have that effect on a lot of people.
But you love me, right, Yuri?
I tolerate you.
Wow. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Looks like I got some free time. Maybe now's a good time to look into that mask. Oh, it's MJ.
There's not a lot of podcasts that I listen to outside of, like, you can barely count the zero punctuation compilations as podcasts, but, like, in terms of, like, proper podcasts, there aren't that many that I listen to. Mostly because the ones that I used to listen to have ended. And I haven't found any others that, like, particularly pique my interest.
I could use a snack.
That's how you know he's a New Yorker. You either get a slice of New York pizza or you get yourself a bagel with a fuck ton of cream cheese. Speaking of which, I could do with some new bagels. The ones I have are probably spoiled by now. And I could do with some new cream cheese because I'm all out. I just need groceries in general.
Peter, what can I do for you?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Lee. I have a friend, Mary Jane. She's a reporter. She's doing a story on art imports, and she found this piece. Well, she wanted an expert opinion on it, and I know you have a degree.
And this might be the first time I actually get to use it. Let's see what you have. Interesting. Where did she find it?
I'm really not sure. Why, what is it?
A replica of an antique Chinese opera mask. I haven't seen one in years. This symbol here roughly translates to demon.
Demon?
Well, my father read me ghost stories with that mask and symbol in it when I was young. Scared the hell out of me. Peter, listen. That mask, it could be connected to dangerous people. Mary Jane might want to find a different story.
Do you think she's in trouble?
I don't know. Why take the risk?
So yeah, there's our semi-name drop of this gang being called the Demons.
It really spooked Mr. Lee. Never seen him like that. He even said
So bar is going up now. Yeah,
Do you think Mr. Lee knows more than he's letting
like
on?
if
No, I think he just had a weird flashback or something. I know his childhood was pretty traumatic.
I don't know whether to talk about that or not, because like it's pretty obvious.
Gotta get writing. See you soon.
But like Mr. Negative is such a unknown character as far as Spider-Man villains go that you can't really talk about Mr. Negative without delving into spoilers for this game in particular. Because, like, the entire mystique of Mr. Negative and the Demons relies on the fact that nobody outside of hardcore comic reading Spider-Man fans knows who the fuck Mr. Negative is. Oh god, I'm getting the hiccups.
That car crash looks bad. Hope no one's injured. Almost got it.
Well, I figured that you knew. Figured that you knew what there occurs. But I still like to go into a lot of these streams, you know, with the general...
Need to find and stop them.
With the general idea that, like, someone in my audience probably isn't familiar with this story. So I try to avoid spoilers, even if it's something that's been out for a while. Damn, the fucking car just swooshed right the fuck out of there.
Forgot to give people your insurance info back there.
Saw people play the game back when it first came out. Okay.
Thanks, big
Oh, nice. They stop for you, yeah. The most polite, violent criminals.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Lance Corporal Texador is here for a fitting.
I totally forgot. I didn't forget. I just, I'll be there soon.
His tardiness is starting to become a pattern. Come on, Parker. You're better than this.
He's right. How did I lose track of time?
We go to the Symkarian Embassy. That's what I was trying to get a photo of.
Good shot.
Peter, Mr. Lee spoke to me. He seemed worried. Are you into something dangerous?
Oh, it's just a story Mary Jane's investigating. Don't worry. I'll make sure she's careful.
Please tell me you two are back together.
We're talking again. Baby steps. I hope I didn't upset Mr. Lee.
He's just concerned. I was actually touched by how concerned. I knew he liked you. He admires how dedicated you are to helping others. I think you remind him of himself when he was younger. Both orphans, both so smart.
Well, the admiration's mutual. You've got a good boss, May.
I'll tell him you said so. Love you, Peter.
Are you okay, ma'am?
Carmen,
Oh
and I'm
boy,
fine.
time
My
to
husband,
play
Rodrigo.
detective.
He's been acting weird, and I just found out he's meeting this woman.
Well, listen, I'm not the best person to help with relationship problems.
It's not like that. I think she's involved with bad people. Rodrigo might be in real trouble. He's scared, but he won't tell me anything.
I can check it out. Any idea when he's meeting her next?
Tonight, by the detox center in Greenwich.
Okay. Don't worry, Carmen. I'll find out what's going on.
Hey, strike a pose!
Detox center's
This is
not
one of my
far.
favorite
Carmen just sent
details
me Rodrigo's picture.
in this
Let's see
game
if
is
I
if
can
you
find
try
it.
to press the punch buttons near civilians,
Are you hurt?
you just wave
Hey
or like salute, or
That's
sometimes
right,
do
it's me.
do finger guns.
Nice composition, if I do say so myself.
Also, the fast travel system in this game, which in the PS5 version, you have to manually enable the fast travel cutscenes in order to even see them, because the internal SSD is so fast that it like eliminates the load times that those fast travel scenes were
Rodrigo.
needed for.
He's really nervous.
But
That woman doesn't seem like a girlfriend.
like the fast travel in this game
I'll
is
get a
that
photo and
Spider-Man
see if
takes the
Carmen
sub.
recognizes
He takes the subway.
Why would I?
Bad angle.
Picture
Need to get it straight on.
over.
Give me the plans and it won't.
Nice clear image.
Looks good. Remember, tell anyone about this, and I leak the photo.
He got a photo of an embarrassing photo of him at the Christmas party, and she's keeping it inside the secret box.
Carmen, I'm uploading a photo to you. Does this woman look familiar?
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma.
Sounds like she's blackmailing him. She mentioned something about plans.
My husband works security at a casino in Atlantic City.
She could be planning a heist, but I'll need more evidence before I can do anything.
Let me know if I can help.
All right. I'm gonna see where she's taking the plans. I'll be in touch. Another victim or an accomplice? I need a photo. No perches with a good angle on this new guy. Looks like it's the underside of the High Line. Perfect shot.
Took you long enough. Get it?
Yeah. As soon as he saw the photo, he fell in line.
Rodrigo always was a sucker. Boss will be happy. Let's see the plans. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, after we do this side mission, I'm gonna take another couple-minute break. Stretch a bit, because my leg's getting a bit, like, stiff.
Hell yeah.
How many people are in on this?
And if I'm gonna be streaming for 6 hours straight, with 0 hours of sleep, then, I am going to need some breaks every now and then.
Where's he getting off? Tapping into the train system should help me follow the train's path.
Like, those who watch me normally know I don't usually take breaks unless I, like, really have
Carmen, the
to
blackmailer met
use the
some guy
bathroom
on
or
the High
something,
Line.
but,
Sounded like you knew your husband. I'm sending you the photo.
this is a different occasion.
Best friend from college. He went to prison years ago on a robbery charge.
Casino plans and a criminal record. Not a great combination. I need to find out who else is in on it.
If they're hitting the casino, they'll need at least a wheelman and a safecracker. I watch a lot of heist movies.
Sounds like it. I'll let you know what I find out. line. I should head over near the subway exit and wait for him to get out.
All right, we're almost done here.
He's heading for that office building.
I should check out the Puppet Combo games. It's just a horror game, but they look like PS1/old school horror game. Yeah, I'll have a look at those.
Good. Review the schedule tomorrow. I put our hires on the whiteboard. Mark their positions on the map.
Hired for me to drive. He's practically a kid.
My brother's kid. You can't trust him. Anyway, it's done. He's already picking up our safety. All right, Roman's ready and we are running late. Let's roll.
They're on the move. I have all the evidence I need. Now I just have to stop that car.
There we go. All thanks to your friendly neighborhood spider cop.
Hey, Carmen. Your husband's pal and his team just had their trip to beautiful Atlantic City canceled.
Thank you. I spoke to Rodrigo. That blackmail photo shows him driving the night Deshaun committed the robbery. But Rodrigo didn't know about it. He was just picking up his friend.
I've got a contact on the force. She'll help Rodrigo, especially if he'll agree to testify about the blackmail.
He will. Or I'll show him he needs to be a lot more afraid of me than Deshaun. Thanks, Spider-Man.
Alright, let's unscramble this, and then I'm gonna go on another couple-minute break. One of the games got Jacksepticeye doing a voice. Dude, that's awesome. My cousin and my sister both really like Jacksepticeye. Which, my sister, being a Sonic fan, thanks to me, was excited to hear that Jacksepticeye has a cameo in Sonic Prime. Alright, so we are going to go on another break. For a couple minutes, and then we'll be right back with some more Spider-Man Remastered. So I'll be back in just a little bit. I have returned. And, just took a look at, current, amount we've got raised up. We've got $229.01 raised. Thank you very much to everybody who has donated so far. You are really helping a lot of people with this. And, yeah, just keep at it, my dudes. My darling batlings. I'm pretty sure that other streamers, before and after me, all have their own, incentives that they have for, like, you know, incentives for if you donate, then they'll do something. Reminder that for me, if we hit 250, then I'm going to dye my hair purple, which will be the first time I've ever dyed it. And, you know, being a VTuber, you're going to need proof, so I'll post photographic evidence that I actually did it. Just grabbed myself a Pop-Tart, because, feeling a little low on energy, and I feel like some, delicious sugary goodness, will help me with that. So, I hope you don't mind if I have a little snack before we get back to Spider-Man. Probably need to get some more water, too. You know what? This is not proper Pop-Tart eating music. Just be careful when dyeing your hair. I will. I'm not going to be dyeing it on my own. I don't trust myself to do it correctly. There we go. There's some good Pop-Tart eating music. Okay, so, like, let me clarify here. I've had my hair highlighted before, but I've never dyed it, like, a different color. Like, the highlights I've done are just, like, sort of a little bit of bleaching. Because I'm a natural blonde. IRL. Arikado eats Pop-Tarts at 5:12 a.m. ASMR 10 hours. Dirty blonde, but more into dark hair. Yeah, I'm a dirty blonde. It's gotten darker over the years. Like, you would never guess that I was a natural... that was blonde at any point at this point. Unless you saw me with, like, a lot of sun exposure that lightens it. Alright, that's enough Pop-Tart eating for now. Let's get back into the main event. This you come for the gameplay footage, you stay for me eating a Pop-Tart.
Officers needed in Portside. Over.
I'll tune my earpiece to listen for sounds of someone struggling. Gotta be one of these cars. Come on out. Stretch your legs.
Oh, God, thank you. I do not like small spaces. Not again. There they are!
This is between me and him, Spider-Man. Get out of here! Get in the air! What are we doing? Light him up! Why are you doing that to me? I dare you! This? You was a loser! I'm not! He's hurt! I can't hit him in the air! Come on! I'll crush you!
I just realized I finally got into the level where I get 2 focus bars. Nice. I also probably have a lot of upgrade points I can spend now. Okay, the Stark suit is one that I want to get as soon as possible, because that gets me the Spider Bro ability, and Spider Bro just breaks the game in half. Oh yeah, I've got plenty of points available. Damn. Okay, we'll get the swing kick. Air Marshal. Air Tricks, because why not? Dare I say, why not? Get some of the yanks, extended, and the extended perch takedown.
Glad I stopped that. Could have gotten ugly fast.
Spidey.
You might have heard about the robbery at Roseman's auction house. What you probably didn't hear, but my sources confirm, is that the perpetrators were wearing masks. Horrible, demonic faces. Yet another example of the explosion in mass criminals since Spider-Man came on.
Oh, damn!
You're on with J. Jonah J.
That was a certified I like trains moment.
Nailed it.
Robbery in progress. Suspects are armed. Approach with caution. Location is in the vicinity of Devil's Shelter.
And where are you guys? Oh, you're down there. And he sticks the landing.
We reserve the right to refuse service and knock out any criminals. Says so right on the sign. crime would decline post-Fisk. Might have been too optimistic.
I do like that, that's a more realistic portrayal of what would happen if you just suddenly took down the biggest crime boss in the city. You wouldn't immediately solve crime. You'd just leave a power vacuum with, more criminals trying to take his place.
Making our way over from Pier 4 now.
We've got a 10-10 narcotic still in progress. Need a local unit on scene. Location is in the vicinity of...
Oh, and I just happened to be on the way there. Good. First, I gotta get this backpack. Of course, it wouldn't be a Spider-Man game without at least one bit of J. Jonah Jameson writing an article that says Spider-Man is a menace.
Gotta be honest, not a fan of Big Pharma, especially back alley Big Pharma. Like fish in a barrel. Drugs are maybe my most disliked criminal activity. Definitely top 5. Or bottom 5, however that works. Probably better if I'm not here when the cops arrive.
By the way, Ethereal Curse, you'll be happy to hear that there was a follow-up comic to this Spider-Man game done that was part of like a big Spider-Verse crossover before and like around the time that Enter the Spider-Verse came out. And it involves the Peter from this game, you know, traveling through the Spider-Verse. And one of the things he is so happy to discover is that there is an alternate universe Spider-Man that's a police officer. And his reaction to finding that out is, Spider Cop is real?
Here's your stuff. That's just... Sorry. So much for the gang that couldn't drive straight.
Ethereal Curse says tee-hee. I'm afraid. What are you tee-heeing about?
Report came in from Clinton.
Oh, folks, I have to once again defend myself.
Hey, there's some words about my boy, Scorpion.
Mac Gargan, aka the Scorpion.
Aw, damn, I'm gonna have to miss it because I have to stop a mugging. Couldn't you get mugged a few, like, at least a minute later? I wanted to hear about the Scorpion.
Always nice to stop a mugging. Gotta stay strong in the fundamentals.
Oh, nothing to worry about, Mr. Vampire. That means it's something I very much should be worried about. I know you.
All units, witness reported an active narcotics sale. Nearby officers, please proceed to the West Village.
Like, if there's two people I know better than to trust when they say there's nothing to worry about, it's you and Lulu.
Sleep it off.
Just make the papers, physical killer! Get the spider!
Oh, come on, fellas. You can't keep ducking income tax like this.
You didn't think we're outmatched here? I can't believe you're the damn car! Light him up!
I'm losing.
Oh, do you now? Yes, I do now.
I think your shocks need some work. Curbside service.
I'm not gonna pull out like that.
Nothing puts a pep in my step like halting an illegal drug deal. If I was a...
We got this, Spider-Man. Thanks anyway.
Oakland Queens Expressway.
Totally did not set fire to your castle or anything bad. I was supposed to get my castle burned down tomorrow. Jeez, you just couldn't wait, could you?
Hey, an old-fashioned B&E. Gotta love the classics. You guys don't look like locksmiths.
That's gonna leave a mark! Can't hit him up there! You're dead! We gotta keep him on the ground away!
AKA today? No, I mean tomorrow. Tomorrow is not today. But what is today but yesterday's tomorrow? I don't know what I'm saying.
So, you're all going to jail, where I bet you'll be as good at breaking out as you were at breaking in.
Alright, yeah. Finish up these last couple transmission towers. And then we'll finally be... We'll never have to do those again. I'm really hoping that Spider-Man 2 drops those. Because they are just a pace breaker.
All units, 1010 narcotics sale reported in progress. Available officers, move
It's just
to
a
the
clip you
financial
posted in the
district.
server. Okay, I'll have to check that out.
Over from Pier 4 now. Show
I think that's all of them. Is it? Yeah, that's all the towers.
always been about the truth. When I was a reporter and a newspaper publisher, I printed the truth. And now as a broadcaster, I speak it. Sometimes it hurts. But it's my responsibility to bring it to you. And the truth is, the city is not quiet. It is not peaceful.
I like trains. Oh god. I like trains.
Under the surface, like a hungry shark just beneath the waterline. Don't let Spider-Man fool you. You are not safe. None of us are.
Progress. Officers needed near Civic Center.
Seriously, between Asdif movie, Homestar Runner, and the Laser Collection, and, you know, 2009 era YouTube poops, that made up, like, a bulk of my humor even today.
I gotta stop that car.
And she wants it back because you stole it.
The only thing I would say was a later contribution that ended up adding to my humor would be Joel from Vinesauce and Team 4 Star.
More crooks? This fight's going viral.
I can't believe.
BRB time for you? Okay. Oh, ad break. I see what you mean.
That concludes our Spider-Man car tour of New York.
Attention units. Civilians are trapped following a car crash. Officers needed near Civic Center.
Car wreck down there. Bad one. People could be injured.
Back? Okay. I try to make my ad breaks as infrequent and as short as possible. Because unfortunately, there's not really a way for me to disable ads entirely, because even if I just turn off ads, Twitch is still gonna play pre-rolls. That's one dead spider.
Ugh, that stupid Spider-Mask makes me sick. I'm out of here.
You guys do that blinky thing?
My Wilson Fisk Science Prize trophy. And check. I couldn't turn it down without arousing suspicion, but no way was I gonna take his money. Even though we could have used it. I did accept the lifetime supply of backpacks, though.
And there's your in-lore explanation for why he has so goddamn many backpacks. Brilliant writing. Alright, I could do some more side activities, but I know you. You want to see a supervillain fight. You want to see a proper boss battle. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. All-out boss fight, air horns go off. I actually used to have an air horn at one point. I can't remember what happened to it. Well, other than, obviously, I lost it.
How does it work? Just like a natural arm. You think of what you want it to do, and...
Yes. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
This site's been declared a safety hazard.
Stop that right now! This is highly sensitive equipment. That's it. I'm calling the mayor's office directly.
Peter Parker. How the hell?
There he
Speak
is.
of the devil.
Norman Osborn.
Oh, please. How long have we known each other? It's Mr. Mayor.
It's Norman. Norman,
what do you think you're doing?
Like, this is such a great
signed
introduction
has
to this
strict
version of
safety
Norman
provisions.
Osborn.
This isn't your first violation.
Those were excused.
By me. We should have confiscated this equipment long ago.
But I've had a breakthrough.
Thank you for your great service to our country. These folks will escort you to Oscorp Robotics, where you'll receive the latest in prosthetics. No charge.
This isn't about safety infractions, is it?
I'm trying to help you, Otto. You're free to continue your work in a secure environment.
At Oscorp.
You always were the smartest guy in the room.
You haven't changed a bit.
Neither of you. Hey, Peter. Harry will be coming back from Europe early next year. Maybe the two of you can start that business you always talked about. This is opportunity knocking.
Easy. They didn't take everything. Maybe we could start over.
Peter, there's no we. Without the grant from the city, I can no longer pay you. I need some time to think. If I were you, I'd look for a new job.
Wish I could do something to help Doc. Maybe call Harry. Ask him to talk to his dad. No. Norman never listens to Harry. Even tried to kill funding for his research stations. Hey, one of those stations is nearby. Should see how they're doing while Harry's in Europe. There must be some way to help Doc. I'll think of something. Harry left me a message about these before he left for Europe.
Pete, hey, I need a favor. My mom's
And now the wheel is turning. Is the wheel of fate turning?
I launched them, but now that I'm
Rebel 1, action!
Oscorp's gonna shut them down unless they prove their value. I was hoping you could watch them. I left details in each one. Thanks, man. As long as they're here, it's like a part of my mom is, too.
Well, it's not gonna pay the bills, but it sounds like it means a lot to him. I'll do what I can to help.
I've got a couple stations measuring air pollution. The idea is to catch the, contaminants before they reach toxic levels. Between you and me, I think Oscorp wants this to fail because it might show they're polluting.
The amount of polycyclic hydrocarbons in the air is way too high. And rising. If it keeps getting worse, people could die. The particles are concentrating in trouble spots, like mini clouds of smog. I'll swing through them and get samples, then nasty as they are, I gotta swing right through those clouds. For these clouds to be visible to the naked eye, the level of toxins must be up there. And gotcha! I'm getting some good stuff. Well, good samples of bad stuff anyway. Got it. Oh, feels like I'm breathing from a tailpipe.
All right, time to do some snooping as usual, I see.
Perfect. Great light on that one. Best smokestack picture I ever took. The Department of Environmental Protection will take it from here. Maybe I should make a green spider costume for Earth Day. Well, Harry's station just stopped a public health crisis. Oscorp's gonna have a hard time arguing it's not useful.
Spider-Man, Shocker has escaped, and now he's robbing a bank on East.
There we go.
31st.
Now we're gonna get your boss fight you've been wanting so badly.
He was, but one of the guards just walked up to his cell and released him, then gave him his suit back.
I knew Shocker was working for someone. What did you get out of the guard?
Wish I could ask him, but he's dead. Whoever made him release Shocker didn't want any loose ends.
Damn.
Looking at the security footage, the guard was in some kind of trance. And it might have been the lighting, but it looked like his eyes were glowing.
Well, that's creepy. Okay, I'll see what I can get out of Shocker when I get to the bank.
Alright, finally we get our first supervillain brawl.
I've been looking into the demons. Sounds like they've quietly established a power base in the vacuum left by Fisk.
A vacuum I created by putting Fisk away. Jameson was right. Demons are my fault.
What were you supposed to do? Let Fisk keep godfathering? Are you okay? You sound even mopier than usual.
I think I might have just lost my job. The city, Norman actually, pulled our funding.
Oh, Pete, I'm sorry. If Harry were here, he could talk some sense into his dad. You'll find another source. Your work's too important.
Thanks, MJ. Talk to you soon.
Ooh, 6 viewers now. Excellent. Sorry if I'm not providing the most, like, riveting, insightful commentary. My wonderful viewers, I'm not used to being up streaming at this time of night. I'm gonna try and power through it though, because I don't think I'll be able to find someone to fill in like any remainder time slots.
Herman, long time no see.
The remainder of this time slot, I should say.
Hey, I'm no lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that's a parole violation. Oops, guess we're stuck in here for a while. Want to play 20 questions? No? How about we thumb wrestle? Okay, face punch it is. Whoa! Your gauntlets are all digital now, aren't they?
Have it your way. You wanna fight? Let's fight!
Man.
Okay, Mr. Brune's excellent.
Remember our first fight?
I think that's how Mr. Burns sounds, right? I don't watch The Simpsons. The only things I've seen from The Simpsons are The Simpsons movie and Steamed Hams.
For how much talking one should do, and who determines the ideal ratio of... Okay, now I can do some real damage. Why are you doing this, Herman?
Because if I don't, they'll kill me!
Coming your way! You come clean, I can help you!
You really want to help me? Well, let me have my money!
Sorry, not gonna happen.
Stand still!
If you ask nicely, maybe. You know, people don't use banks anymore. You're lucky you found actual cash. If you really want to rob banks, try day trading. It's all the rage. Wait. No. Oh, come on, Herman. You tell me who you're working for. I can help you cut a deal.
If I talk, I'm dead! They made that very clear!
Catch! You're freaking me out, Herman. It's not like you to be afraid of people.
Not even sure these guys are people! Could be anything under those masks!
Wait, did you say masks?
Wow, I fucked that up hardcore.
Tell me who you're working for. I can help you cut a deal.
If I talk, I'm dead! They made that very clear!
This one's gonna hurt. You're freaking me out, Herman. It's not like you to be afraid of people.
Not even sure these guys are people! Could be anything under those masks!
Wait, did you say masks? These mask guys, what do they want the money for?
Don't know, don't care! As soon as I finish the job, I'm gone! Gotcha!
Okay, catch this one with your face. Give up now and we can protect you.
No way! You ain't see what I see! You son of a...
Okay, last chance to give up. This time I really mean it.
We're going! Quit now for your own good!
Okay, I was kidding before. Now is your last chance. Seriously.
on. Give me the... Like... At first, this fight mechanics were shocking. Hey, Proto Rage. There we go, finally.
Sorry, Herman. You brought this on yourself. Literally. Man, he was scared and desperate. These demons are everywhere all of a sudden.
Hey, Proto Rage, real quick. Is there any way that someone could cover, like, the remaining 2 hours of this time slot? Because I am really struggling to stay awake, to be honest.
Sounds like a Daily Bugle headline.
Hey! The Bugle is a perfectly fine news organization.
If not, I'll just power through it.
Well, I've heard they have some really good reporters. Anyway, have you had any more reports on demon, guys with masks?
Let me get back to you. By the way, how much of a mess did you make inside that bank?
You probably don't want to know.
Shouldn't have asked.
Fight with Shocker took a while. Time to catch up on what I've been missing out in the city.
Not at this hour? Okay. I'll probably just take another couple-minute break in a little bit.
Gentlemen, that is not how an ATM works. That's not even an ATM.
Spider-Man, that is not how a web strike works. Have a good night, Ethereal Curse. You've been here for quite a while.
Another job. I have a plan. Give me a bit of time. We may yet live to invent another day.
The indomitable Otto Octavius. That's great news. Hope his plan works.
Hope you have some. I hope you continue to have fun exterminating some bugs.
That much cash.
Hey, so I looked into reports of demons.
I knew you'd come around.
They've been pretty busy tonight, hitting a lot of Fisk properties.
They're going after Fisk? Damn. You thinking what I'm thinking?
Brewing gang war?
Let's try to get ahead of it. Are there any Fisk properties that haven't been hit tonight?
Let me see. Patrol reported a bunch of activity at one of his shipyards in Portside.
Thanks, Fury. I'll check it out.
Alright, now, do we have enough to craft? Yes! We can get the Stark suit, which gives us Spider Bro. Now, Spider Bro is going to be our best friend for the rest of this playthrough. That. And... let's see, anything else? Dodge window. There we go. Alright, I'm going to take another quick break, get some more water. I'll see you guys in just a bit. Leave you with some more music while I'm gone.